cell phones with my class. I can see you from up here. I can see reflections.
I'll introduce
You
everyone
are with me
whenever
all
I get the
day.
opportunity.
Hear ye, hear ye, the court is now open and in session. The Honorable Judge J. Harris presiding. All persons having business before the court come to order. This is the case of the State of New Jersey versus Richard Hauptman. Would you all please rise?
Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today you're about to participate as a juror in a trial that involves the defendant, Mr. Richard Hauptman, accused of committing the crime of first-degree murder of Charles Lindbergh, Jr. The function of serving on a jury of a trial of one of your fellow citizens is a very important civic duty. Can we turn up my mic? Can somebody turn up my mic, please? Thank you. Thank you. I will now swear you in as a juror. Please stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth. You solemnly swear that acting as a juror will be in this trial and also testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's perfect. Thank you. All right, I apologize. All right, now that you've been sworn in, let me remind you of the serious nature of your duties as a juror in this trial. It's important that you listen very carefully and attentively throughout the course of the trial, taking notes if you wish, so that you might decide on the credibility of each testimony and the credibility of each witness, and to also help you make the judgments as to what the truth is if there is any conflicting testimony and evidence. At the end of the trial, I will clarify the law for you as it applies to this case in helping you reach your decisions. We are now about to begin this case by listening to the opening statements of each sets of attorneys. An opening statement is a kind of blueprint of the case as the lawyers are going to present it to you today. So listen carefully to each side, as it should be quite helpful in bringing understanding to you about this case. If at any time we need to take a break, I will cater to you as a jury always. If I bring my finger to my ear once in a while, looking at one of you, making sure that you all can hear. Whenever we have any evidence presented or anything that's being shown, I will make sure that either you all stand up. Sometimes I'll have you come up here, or I'll have the attorneys bring a copy of a piece of evidence down to you, or things like that. So that won't be an issue. If at any time I'm not looking at you and we need to take a break for something, please feel free to ask if we may take a break for a second. We do have a prior appointment that we all have to take care of around 8:50, so we will take a break. I ask that you get back here as soon as you possibly can, because that's going to put some time constraints on us if we're not careful as far as lunch is concerned. Again, you're going to hear on opening statements, I believe, several different accusations that have been levied against the defendant, Mr. Hauptman, but you need to realize the one that you were responsible for, and I'll explain at the end of the trial, is first-degree murder. All right? Do we have any questions? Okay. Is the prosecution ready to present your opening statement?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Go ahead.
We gather here today to prove and explain how Bruno Richard Hauptman accomplished extortion, kidnapping, and murder. So how did Mr. Hauptman accomplish kidnapping? On March 1st, 1932, Mr. Hauptman committed a horrific crime. He attached a three-piece ladder and set it up on the side of the Lindbergh house under the nursery. He then proceeded to go into the room and hit Charles Jr. unconscious before the baby could alert the rest of the house. Now to extortion. Mr. Hauptman then proceeded to exit the home out of the window and leave a ransom note. This ransom note asked for $50,000. He then asked for an increase to $70,000. Mr. Hauptman then, over a drawn-out period of time, sent ransom notes, evidence, and threats to Dr. Condon and Mr. Lindbergh. Now to the final and most pressing of his wrongdoings. Mr. Hauptman took the baby with the full intention of killing him. Mr. Hauptman first hit Charles Jr. during the kidnapping in order to silence the baby so the parents would not be alarmed. He then escaped with the baby, thus enabling Mr. Hauptman to extort the Lindberghs and murder their child. We are here to prove that Mr. Hauptman killed Charles Jr. Bruno Hauptman is guilty of murder in the first degree and will do everything in our power to prove this man is guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Defense, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Your Honor, please go.
Yes, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in this case, the defense is going to prove that the evidence against Bruno Hauptman is largely circumstantial and that his charge of first-degree murder could not be proven on largely circumstantial evidence. Throughout this case, you're going to see that we're going to disprove much of the evidence of the prosecution. In order to do this, we are disproving their evidence to prove our case. They're claiming that Hauptman, by himself, worked alone to not only rob a house he had never been to, but to commit extortion. You're going to see that with malice and forethought, Bruno Hauptman could not have done this. It is your job as a jury to decide beyond reasonable doubt, and if there's any doubt leading to Bruno Hauptman maybe possibly not being there at that time, or any doubt that you have that Bruno Hauptman could not commit this crime, then you cannot convict him. You have to get its acquittal. He's innocent until proven guilty, and we'll remind you that throughout this trial. So, the evidence is largely circumstantial, innocent until proven guilty, and it's first-degree murder. This man's life is at stake, and throughout this trial, you're going to see that he couldn't have worked alone and done this, and we're going to prove that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. All right, I believe the prosecution is ready to present their case, gentlemen, and Ms. Richardson, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Ms. Lindbergh to stand.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, may I please the court?
Yes.
Ms. Lindbergh? Ms. Lindbergh, where are you from?
Englewood, New Jersey.
And where do you live now?
Englewood, New Jersey.
How long have you been married to Mr. Lindbergh?
3 years.
And how old is Charles Jr.?
22 months old.
Can you please explain the morning and afternoon of March 1st, 1932?
Around 8, Charles Jr. and I got up. We went on a walk, and around 11, Betty arrived and took him up to the nursery. I went to the kitchen and read a book, baked some things. Around 5 o'clock, or around 3 o'clock, I went up to the nursery and played with Charles Jr. a little more. Around 5, we went downstairs to eat some dinner, and at 7, we took him upstairs.
And how was the weather that day?
It was very rainy.
You're working on
What time did Mr. Lippert arrive at the house?
Around 8:30.
And you said you went up with Miss Gal to put the baby to bed?
it. Speak up.
You said you went with Miss Gal to put the baby to bed?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you saw your son that night?
7:30.
Can you describe what the nursery looked like?
There's two French windows right across from the bedroom door. The crib is in the very middle, and the walls are light sky blue, and there's a screen between the crib and the windows.
Who was at your house at the hours after Charles Jr. was put to bed?
As I know, Betty Gal and I.
When did you first find out the baby was missing?
When Betty came into the bedroom around 10.
What did you do after Miss Gal told you the baby was missing?
We rushed into the bedroom, and Charles told me to call the police.
And when you went to the nursery, did you notice any changes in the nursery?
There are muddy footprints on the floor, and the window was open more than usual.
Did you notice anything else?
There was a note by the window.
So who was the last person to enter the room with you?
Betty and I. Just us.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examine.
Please court.
Go ahead.
What was your occupation prior to meeting Charles Lindbergh?
I was at school.
Did you work?
No, sir.
What about after you met Charles Lindbergh? What was your profession? Before you married him?
Before we married?
Before, yeah.
I wasn't working either.
And after you married him, did you work?
I obtained a pilot's license, but I wasn't really working.
All right. After you had your baby, when was you born? When was your baby born again?
June 22nd, 1930.
After the birth of Charles, did you continue to work as a pilot?
No, sir.
No?
No.
What were you doing? What did you do?
I was with the baby.
Were you always with the baby? Did you always spend time with the baby? Did you always...
Yes.
Would you say you're a good mother?
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever misplaced your child or not feeding it or forgot to feed it or anything like that?
No.
No? All right. Now to March 1st, 1932, the day that your child was kidnapped. Can you describe the weather on March 1st, 1932?
It was rainy.
It was raining?
Yes.
When did Betty Gow arrive?
Around 11.
Around 11?
Mm-hmm.
Had you already taken your child on the walk?
Yes.
You had? Had Betty Gow planned the day before to come over?
Yes.
And had she planned on spending the night the day before?
Yes.
She had.
Yes, sir.
Did you spend the night, March 1st, 1932, at your house?
After the kidnapping?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What day was that? Day of the week?
Thursday?
It was a Thursday.
Yes, sir.
March 1st, 1932 was a Thursday, you said?
Objection, Your Honor, is not relevant to the case.
I'm sorry.
Objection is not relevant.
Overruled.
March 1st, 1932 is a Tuesday.
All right.
I can show. May I approach the bench?
Yes. What are you going to enter? Okay. Did he tell you, did the opposing attorneys tell you that a lot of their evidence is going to stay on the computer? They're just going to enter it that way and staying on the computer. Is that okay with y'all?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would direct your attention to the screen over here. This is a calendar from March 1st, March 1932. On the 1st, it was a Tuesday. Just making that clear. So do you normally stay at your Hopewell house on Tuesdays?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Yes.
You don't usually spend weekends at your house Friday through Monday or Sunday and then go to your Angleville house, your Angleville house through Tuesday through Thursday. You don't usually do that at all.
No.
You're always at your country house in
Yes.
the country away from the city?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said you took your child on a walk that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Betty Gow comes over, and why is she coming over today on a Tuesday? Does she always come over?
She's the nanny. Yes.
She comes over every day.
Yes.
But she doesn't always spend the night.
No.
Why did she decide to spend the night tonight? Why was tonight a night where she had to spend the night?
She didn't have to spend the night. It's just some days she does, some days she doesn't.
Okay. Would you say that the days where she has to take care of the baby more often, put it to bed?
Your Honor,
she spends
may it
the
please the
night?
court, can we call a council meeting?
City Council? Yes, I was trying to be funny. Yes, yes. Thank you. It's always nice to laugh at the judge's jokes.
Your Honor, can we meet also?
Well, of course you can. What's the matter?
Can we meet with our witness?
Absolutely not.
I'll find evidence.
Ms. Limburger, it's to my knowledge that you usually spend weekends at your house in Hopewell, New Jersey, out in the country, and then during the week you head back to your city house in Angleville. Why, again, did you have to stay the night at the Hopewell house?
You're talking about why did Mrs. Gow have to stay
Why
the night?
did the family,
Okay.
why did the whole family, and that's including the servants and everyone?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts, not evidence. She never stated that she spent the weeks at her Hopewell house.
I think that the particular information that he's talking about is information that's already known. So, I mean, to an extent. So, right now I'm going to allow the questioning and see where we go with this, okay?
Sir.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
So it's to my knowledge that on the weekends, and by weekends I mean Monday, it could be Friday to Sunday or Friday to Monday, you usually spend your time at your country house in Hopewell, New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Yes.
And you usually spend your weekdays in your city house in Angleville.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why on a Tuesday when you should be in Angleville are you still spending the day in Hopewell?
Well, we probably just didn't want to drive out to the city house, so we just
Okay.
stayed in the
It had
country.
nothing to do with the fact that your baby had a fever?
Yes, we didn't want to move him when he had a fever.
Okay. And so, if you knew about if you're still at the house on Tuesday, and you would have had to have known about the fever on Monday, am I correct?
Yes.
So you knew about the fever on Monday.
Yes.
And the weather is rainy, you said?
Yes.
Why are you taking your baby on a walk when it's rainy and he has a fever? Why would you expose your little 22-month-old baby to the elements like that?
He needed some fresh air, and it was not very long.
It was not very long, but it was still raining and cold.
Yes.
So Betty Gal comes over to take care of your baby with the fever, who had just been in the wet, rainy cold and had a fever the night before. And she plans on spending the night.
Yes.
So she's taking care of the baby all day and night. I mean, she's spending the night because she's taking care of the baby all night.
Yes.
All right. And I understand that when you put her to bed,
Him?
put him to bed, I'm sorry. Did you give any medicine or anything like that?
We rubbed some Vicks vapor on his chest.
Okay. Any oral medicine, like some psychic, some physic?
No.
Really? In Betty Gal's statement, she clearly says that she gave the baby some physic that night. I guess that's a medicine, maybe it reduces fever.
I guess so. I rubbed Vicks vapor on his chest.
Okay. Did you touch the Vicks vapor, or did you touch any medicine that day?
Except for the Vicks?
Yes, except for the Vicks.
No.
Did you see Betty Gal touch the medicine and give it to the baby like she said she did?
No, sir, but she could have.
Okay. Was Miss Betty Gal ever wearing gloves throughout the day?
Gloves?
Yes.
Not that I know
She
of.
didn't wear gloves normally?
No.
Okay. So it's to my knowledge that after you put the baby to bed and Charles came home, you had dinner.
Yes.
What time did your baby go to bed?
7:30?
And you didn't see him after that until 10
No.
o'clock when you found he was missing? So between 7:30 and 10, you have dinner. You say you go to take a bath, and then your husband goes downstairs, and you stay upstairs?
Yes.
Where is your room approximately compared to the nursery?
It's about down the hallway, so
Down the hallway.
yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the bench. I'd like to offer evidence of the blueprint of the second floor house.
Okay, use your mic, please.
In this blueprint, it's clearly seen that Miss Betty Gal's room, the room she stayed in that night, is directly connected to the nursery where the baby was staying.
If, jury, if you need to move so you can see it, that's fine.
Please, feel free. Okay. Is that clear enough for you guys? All right. So here my finger is. That's the Lindbergh's room. Down the hall. Well, the hall's out here, but she's connected to a bathroom with 2 doors, as you can see. And here's a nursery. The baby's bed is, I don't know, across. If you walk in, you see a fireplace, and here's the baby's bed right here. So like around this area.
Mr. Perez, you have some more questions? Yes. Okay, then I think, like I said, we have an appointment we all have to be at. At this time, if those of you that have wireless mics, please turn them off, okay? We can go to the pep rally right now. Guys, ladies, please do not dilly-dally as it's over. Please get back here. We're on an all-day schedule, all right? We're dismissed.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
I'm gonna send off your face. Mic's on? Everybody's ready?
Yes.
You're up there. Everybody's here?
Test.
Everybody's here? Jury, everybody's here?
Yes.
I don't like that attitude there. Are we looking at iPads? Okay. Phones away. Phones away, second period. I can see from up here the reflection. Thank you very much. Good morning, Omar. How are you? I'm fine. Okay, here we go. We are continuing the cross-examination. Am I right? Turn on the mic. There you
Yes,
go.
Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination of Ann Lindbergh. Please continue, Mr. Perez.
All right, where we last left off, we concluded that Miss Ann Lindbergh's in her room at the time of the kidnapping. When Miss Betty Gallup comes to her room and asks her if she has a baby, I asked her where the room was, and so here's her room. Lindbergh's room, connected by 2 double doors and a bath. That's for the jury to see. Feel free to stand up and acknowledge it.
Hold on.
Coach, you should go out there and yell at him. Excuse me. Hey!
Whose laptop do I have?
That's Paige's.
Whose?
Paige.
Here you go. Wow.
It's all right. He laughed.
Wow.
You need new gum?
Wow.
Okay, I think we can finally proceed.
So, Miss Lindbergh, were those doors closed at the time when you found out the baby was taken? Or were they open?
Charles'
were
door?
they closed or open? What were the condition of both doors?
They're both open.
They're both open?
Yes.
Did you hear any noises, any sounds, maybe some wind blowing, glass breaking, any disturbance upstairs whatsoever coming from the nursery?
Well, when Charles and I were downstairs, we heard a noise, but we didn't think it was anything.
So you were downstairs and then you heard the noise and then you went upstairs?
We didn't think anything of it. We stayed downstairs, and then Betty came downstairs to us.
Really? Because in your statement, it says that you were in your room at the time when Betty Gal came to you.
I believe it was I took a bath and then joined Charles downstairs.
Okay. All right. All right. So Miss Betty Gal comes and tells you that the baby's been taken. In your statement, you said you sent her downstairs. Is that correct?
Well, we were downstairs together, so.
But in your statement, you said, I sent her downstairs. And I then went into the baby's room through the connecting passage about 10 p.m.
Yes.
So was there a connecting passage from downstairs to the upstairs, or were you upstairs?
I went upstairs after she asked if I had the baby.
So she asked you if you had the baby, and you send her downstairs while you're downstairs? Is that correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
Objection, Your Honor. Ambiguous question.
Overruled. I think we're in an interesting bit of information trying to come out here. Go ahead. Ask the question again.
So you sent her downstairs after she alerts you that the baby's been missing. And you said you sent her downstairs to your husband. And then you entered through the connecting passage. This is what your statement says.
She probably called me
Is this correct?
upstairs. I went up to answer her, and then I sent her downstairs.
Okay, okay, but can you please answer this question? Is this statement correct? In your passage, in your statement to the police, in your affidavit, you said, I sent her downstairs. I then went into the baby's room through the connecting passage about 10 p.m. I found the bed to be empty.
That is true.
That is true.
Yes.
So from this passage, you would have had to have been upstairs.
Yes, because I had gone upstairs after she had called my name.
And you all are doing exactly what I asked you to do, but back away and talk louder. You back away and talk, not that far back, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me get this right. You and your husband are downstairs.
Back away, back away.
You and your husband are downstairs. Betty Gal comes downstairs, alerts you the baby is gone.
She called my name. I went upstairs.
Okay,
She told me the baby was gone, and then I sent her downstairs to Charles.
and then you went through the connecting passage.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, had you seen the baby any time between 7 and 10 p.m. after you put it to bed?
No.
No. And you said when you entered the room what was the condition of the room? Can you describe to me?
There were muddy footprints on the ground. The bed was disheveled, the blankets were disheveled, and the window was unlatched and open.
So you're changing your statement? Because in your statement you said, there were no changes in the room from what I could see.
There were muddy footprints on the ground.
So you are changing your statement?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to acknowledge that.
It's noted.
Okay. So you see muddy footprints in the room. What about the condition of the windows? How are the windows?
Well, one of the windows doesn't latch properly already, and that one was open a little more than usual.
Which window is this?
The right.
Which one?
The right.
The right window. What about, like, how about a direction, like an east, west, north, south? Right, pretty, it could, depending where you're coming from, so.
Right, you mean right from the bed? Look,
Yes.
Okay, right from the bed.
Right from the bed.
Yeah, okay.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Where this red arrow is, you can get up and look.
Okay.
Where this red arrow is, this bedroom right here, this French window, this is a window that was open and disturbed. Okay. Did you see any muddy footprints below this window? Like someone had, did you see any muddy footprints directly below the window? Any disturbance below the window?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. So you told me before that Betty Gao had given her other drugs that you didn't know of?
Yes.
You don't know what drugs they are?
Medicine.
But you don't know exactly what drugs that they are?
Psych something? Psych.
Psych something?
Yeah.
No? You don't know?
Not exactly
You don't know
the
what
name.
drugs that your maid's
I knew it
giving
was
your baby?
medicine.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a question for Betty Gow, not for Ms. Lindberg.
Well, she gave the medicine to Betty Gow. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're objection overruled.
So you don't know what drugs your maid's giving your baby?
She's a nanny,
Nanny?
and I knew it was cold medicine.
Cold medicine. All right. That's what she told you it was. Am I correct? Because you didn't know what drug it was. She told you it was cold medicine.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you're a good mother? You said you were a great mother. You think you're a good mother, right?
Mr. Milberg,
Yes.
come here. Go ahead.
All right. A good mother that doesn't know what her baby is getting, what kind of drug she's getting from the nanny or the maid.
I would assume since it's a nanny that takes care of the child, it was cold medicine for his cold.
Okay. And in Betty Gow's statement, at the time that of 10 o'clock, when she finds out the baby's missing, she had been in the Wheatley's room all the way across the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
She'd been gossiping with the Wheatleys?
Yes.
All right. All the way across the house. So, you entered the room alone. When you first found out the baby's gone, you entered the room alone, am I correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you went, what happened after that, after you entered the room alone?
Charles came and he told me to call the police.
Okay. Okay. And had Charles, what had he been doing? Did he come up Because you said we came up. I mean, what was he doing after he was alerted by Betty Gow? Did he come directly upstairs? Did he go outside first?
He went upstairs.
Okay. So, how does your child respond to strangers?
Excuse me?
How does your child respond to strangers, people besides you?
Your Honor, may the council meet?
I'm sorry,
May the council meet for a minute?
the council may meet, yes.
So, how does your child usually respond to strangers or family? What's the difference between responding to a stranger or responding to family?
He's a very social child, so he's nice to everyone. He reacts to everyone the same, usually.
Usually, all right. So let me get this right. At the time the baby was kidnapped, the maids in the Wheatley's room gossiping.
It's the nanny.
The nanny's in Wheatley's room gossiping. You're downstairs with your husband. Who's watching over the child?
He's asleep.
He's
so,
asleep.
Yes.
But he has a fever. No one's checking up on him periodically to make sure he's still sleeping. He's not coughing, throwing up.
If we had heard anything, we would have gone upstairs. If he was coughing, we would have heard, but we didn't.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything upstairs? Nothing, no coughing or footprints or anything like that?
We didn't hear any footprints or coughing.
All right. One last question for you. Did you do any background checks on Betty Gow before you hired her?
No.
Did you do any background checks on anyone that you hired?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
No, but she was referred to us by a friend.
Referred to a friend. Also, so you said your child had a fever and he was at the house on Tuesday, an unusual day. Did anybody besides the people living in this house know that your child was having a fever and that you were going to be staying an extra day at the country house in Hopewell?
No.
No one knew.
Nope.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Well done. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Yes. Mr. Asbukin, may I see you?
Ms. Lindbergh, you said that you're a mother. Would you say that you have a keen sense of motherly knowledge? Are you able to tell when something's wrong with your baby?
Yes.
Objection. Leading the witness. I mean, come on.
That means he's got to wait.
Is that what it is?
Your Honor, may I have a word with you? Just
Okay, let's go. What?
may I approach the bench for a second?
No, let's proceed. Let's go. Ask the question again. Let me deal with the objection.
Being a mother, would you say that you have a particular sense of when something's wrong with your baby?
Yes.
The objection was leading. Yes, it's sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mothers have a certain sense of when something's wrong with their baby?
Yes.
Okay. And you say
Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained.
would you say that you trusted Miss Betty Gow?
Yes.
So she's been working with you for how long?
6 months.
So during this time, were you ever worried about your baby's safety while the baby was in Miss Gow's possession?
No.
Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained.
What time did you put the baby to bed?
7:30.
Okay, and how long were you upstairs for?
Maybe 30 minutes
To do what?
to take a bath.
Okay, and between the time that you put the baby to bed, you and Miss Gao took the baby to bed, and the time that Miss Gao contacted you, the baby was missing, how much time was in there?
About 2 hours.
Okay, so you said that you were upstairs during 30 minutes of this 2-hour period, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So does that leave an hour and a half where you're downstairs and the baby is upstairs alone?
Yes.
You were downstairs at 9:10 when you heard the crate fall?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, do you care to recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Really?
Yes.
Okay,
May I approach the stand?
this is just the first witness.
How large approximately were the footprints?
How large?
Yeah. Big or small?
Big.
Big footprint.
Objection. Lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
So you said that you're downstairs with your husband, and you didn't even care to go upstairs and check on the baby because you knew you could hear.
We've already established that this happened.
Okay. Do you think that? So if you could hear coughing or crying, you mean that's why you're downstairs, right? Did you hear anything besides coughing
We've
or
already
crying?
established that she did not.
You didn't hear thuds or anything?
No.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness. Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Colonel Lindbergh to the stand.
Mr. Lindbergh to the stand, please.
I'm calling Colonel Lindbergh. They already called him.
Your Honor, may I approach the podium?
Yes. Proceed.
Colonel Lindbergh, where were you born? When were you born, sorry?
November 4th, 1902.
Okay, and how long have you been married to your wife, Ms. Lindbergh?
3 years.
Are you able to tell me a little bit about your occupation?
I'm a pilot or aviator.
Okay, were you military?
Yes, yes.
In what branch? Air Force?
I enlisted in the Army in 1924.
Okay, can you describe what you did on the day of March 1st, 1932?
Yes, I was in New York for a business trip all morning and day, and I came home around, I got home around 8:25 p.m. and then proceeded to change and go to dinner.
Okay, 8:25. Was the baby already asleep at this time?
Yes.
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled, I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead.
Did you see your son Charles at all that night?
No.
In your deposition, you said that around 9:10 you heard a noise. Can you please describe that noise?
Yes, I was on the sofa with my wife, and we were just talking, and it sounded like a wooden crate falling down, and then I asked my wife, what is that? But we both just thought it was just something. We both ignored it.
Okay, this is at 9:10, and you were both downstairs?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't think that the noise was a big deal. You didn't take any action towards that, did you?
No,
Objection, leading the witness.
Did you take any action towards that?
I did not.
What time did you find out that Charles was missing?
Around 10.
Okay, what were your actions when you found out?
I went upstairs and checked the crib to see if he was still there, and he wasn't.
Okay, what did you see when you entered the nursery? Anything unusual?
Objection, leading the witness.
Rephrase it, Mr. Wright.
What did you see when you entered the room?
I just saw the baby wasn't there, and then I saw a note on the window, and I left instructions for us to say nobody was to touch it, and then I called the local police, who was one of my friends, and then he called the state police, and then I grabbed my Springfield rifle and went down the road and looked for any signs of what happened.
Okay, and then did the investigators arrive?
Yes.
What did they say to you? What communication did you have with them?
They said they would mostly handle it, but I would try to negotiate. I was opening the note later with them that night, and they said, that, yeah.
Okay, so you showed them the note?
No, I showed them the note, yes.
Okay, once the note was opened, are you able to briefly tell me what it said?
It asked for $50,000 and an assortment of bills, and asked for me to not make the situation public.
Okay, is there anything strange about the note?
There's pretty bad grammar and handwriting, and also there's a sign on the lower right-hand corner.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to enter the ransom note as witness, as evidence, sorry.
Sorry, say it again.
I'd like to enter the ransom note as evidence.
All right. Any objections? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Is there any way we can clear that up a little bit?
Did you write that yourself?
Looks good now. You just wasted his time.
Is this the note that you found on the radiator in your son's room on this night?
Yes.
Okay, in the next few days after the kidnapping, what happened?
Can you repeat the question?
In the next few days after the kidnapping, did anything happen? Did you have any communication with anyone?
The next few days, we received another note, and we just had connections with the authorities.
Okay, what did this note say?
We made the situation public, and so, as the note said, our consequence was to up the price from $50,000 to $70,000, and it also said that a lady had the baby, or some lady.
Okay, and exactly what you said about the first note being unusual, did the second note have the same characteristics?
Yes.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
In your deposition, you said that you received a call on March 9th from Dr. Condon. Can you tell us about that conversation with Dr. Condon?
Yes. Dr. Condon told me that he had received some notes from the kidnapper about our baby, and he said he just wanted to help as much.
So he wanted to be a part of this?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe the course of action that you and Dr. Condon took after him wanting to be involved?
We were going to meet at a cemetery so he could show me the letters and we could talk about it, about negotiating and stuff.
Okay, were you there to meet anyone?
Was going to meet Dr. Condon there.
Okay, in your deposition, you said that you met with a man named John there that described himself as, or wanted you to call him John, and that he was working with the kidnappers. And you said that you clearly heard a voice from the car. Are you able to describe the voice that you heard?
It sounded like a foreign accent, probably German.
A foreign accent, is that right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion testimony by non-expert.
Common knowledge to recognize an accent.
He's basically stating something that he himself personally heard. I don't believe that the statement is dictating that it was definitely a foreign accent, but it is interpreted that it was definitely not someone from this part of the country. So I don't feel like that you're saying that this is an individual who is acting as an expert in deciding whether someone speaks with a foreign language or not. So I'm going to allow the question. Objection overruled. Go ahead.
In your deposition, you said that one of the notes told you to fly a plane to the harbor and search for a boat with your child on it. Did you do this?
Excuse me 1 second, Mr. Wright. If you're going to come in here and sit with my other class, then I need you to pay attention up here and not bother my class, because they are supposed to be watching. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you follow the instructions of this note to fly the plane over the harbor to look for this boat?
Yes, I flew my own plane over.
Did you find this boat?
No.
And you followed the directions exactly on where the note said the boat would be?
Objection, leading the witness.
I think he's just reaffirming his statement. I mean, I appreciate the
Then objection, repetition. It's new information. Nice bet. Sustain.
Overruled. Let's go. Let's go, Mr. Wright.
Okay, so you did not find this boat?
No.
Would you agree that this boat did not exist in this harbor?
Yes.
Now there was your objection. Sorry.
He's still doing the same thing.
You were there when you identified the body that was found as being your son, Charles Lindbergh Jr., is that correct?
Could you speak more clearly? It's hard to understand you.
It is getting a little hard to understand you.
You're like mumbling the beginning and the end of your
Thank you.
Don't spit in the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. And you should be the top bumbler, and so we understand.
Did you identify the baby that was, or the body that was found as being your son?
Yes.
No further questions. We're sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes.
Mr. Lindbergh, how does your baby react to strangers?
He's mostly calm. Like, we bring friends over sometimes, and he's just calm. But in case of a stranger, he would most likely call us for help.
So, what time did you have dinner, you said?
Can you repeat the question?
What time did you say you had dinner again?
I still didn't.
What time did you say you had dinner again?
What time did you eat?
Around 8:30 we left. We finished dinner at 9.
Around 8:30, finished at 9. So when you first heard news, before you heard news, you said you heard a sound.
Yes.
And you assumed it was what?
Wooden crate falling down.
Falling down where?
Just falling down from, it sounded like just from a table or something, just falling down on the ground.
A table where?
Upstairs.
A table upstairs?
Yes.
Why would a crate fall down from a table upstairs if no one's up there?
I don't know.
Okay, so you hear the sound at what time?
Around 9:10,
9:10.
right after supper.
Okay. And you're doing what after supper?
We were sitting on the couch.
This was after you took a bath? Or did you take a bath?
I didn't take a bath.
You didn't take a bath? Alright, so you're downstairs, what are you doing? Like reading a book or just chilling?
I was reading a book, yes.
Reading a book. Alright. And so you hear news of your baby's kidnapping, and how did you hear about it? How did you hear your news?
Miss Betty Gow called me. Miss Gow called me.
She called you?
I mean, she called us. She called me and asked if I had the baby, if the baby was still upstairs.
Okay, so did she call you from like face to face, or was she upstairs calling you downstairs, downstairs calling you upstairs? Can I get more specific?
We were both downstairs.
What?
She was upstairs and I was downstairs. She just called us from our phone upstairs to phone downstairs.
The phone? She called you from the phone? Okay. Not like calling you, like, hey, baby.
Yeah,
okay.
The phone.
Alright, so, and you're with your wife this time?
Can you repeat quick?
You're with your wife at this time?
Yes, downstairs.
And your wife immediately runs upstairs, right?
We both did.
You both did?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys entered the room, right? You looked around?
We ran upstairs and found that the baby was gone.
And this was the first time either one of you had been in the room since 7 o'clock?
Yes.
So the first time either one of you had been in the room since 7 o'clock, you both went in at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you go in there, baby's gone. What's your next course of action? What are you going to do? What'd you do?
I called my friend, Mr. Wheatley.
Objection, Your Honor. We already covered this in direct examination.
He has the right to cover it in cross as well. Go ahead.
Mr. Wheatley. Who is Mr. Wheatley?
At the beginning.
He is my friend and
yeah.
Should say the same facts. When he said, so you went upstairs, like he said.
You can't, we're not taking a break. Y'all can, yeah, because we're going to be here till 6 o'clock the rate we're going. Y'all doing wonderful, but we're going to be here till 6 o'clock if we're not careful.
So your wife says that she gets called, she goes upstairs and goes in by herself. But you're saying you get called, you both go upstairs and go in together.
Objection, repetition.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Say it again.
In your wife's testimony here at court, she says, Miss Betty Gow calls her. She runs upstairs, goes in by herself, sends her down to you to tell you. In your testimony, you just told me that Betty Gow calls both of you up. You both go up and both go in at the same time. Is this correct?
I was just inferring that Miss Betty Gow called my wife, and then she was like also referring to me also for my wife to tell me.
But you just told me that you went in together in the room. The first time either of you had been in the room since 7 o'clock, or since her 7 o'clock, since you had got there, was together.
It was like we were about 20 seconds apart. We were both in the room at the same time though.
Okay. So, what's your next course of action? You called Mr. Wheatley, you said?
It was just one of my friends, an attorney. I think it was Mr. Breckenridge or something.
Okay.
And then I grabbed my Springfield rifle and went outside to look for him.
After you went outside to look for him, did you find anything? Approximately how long were you outside looking with your rifle?
Probably about an hour.
You're outside an hour looking for your rifle? With your rifle?
No, I had my rifle. My rifle was in my closet.
And then you went outside for an hour?
To look for him, and then the authorities came.
Okay. Who called the authorities?
My friend, an attorney. I told him to call the state police.
Okay. So, after you had been outside with the hour, did the police ever join you in your search when they came?
Did the police join me? No.
You were just searching by yourself. The police came, they didn't search?
Yes.
So they did join you. They did join your search.
They didn't join my search, no.
Okay, so the police arrive, go outside for an hour. They arrive sometime within this
You're
hour.
talking about his initial search, or are you talking
Yes, I'm
about
talking about his
later?
initial search.
Okay.
My initial search was just me with my rifle.
For an hour.
Around an hour, 45
Okay.
minutes an hour.
Did the police ever show up at this time at your estate?
They showed up right as like the 45 minutes to an hour, and then I went home and talked to them. They wanted to talk to me.
So you're saying that you called the police, your baby just been kidnapped, and it took the police an hour to get there. Is this correct?
About 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness.
Cross-examine can lead the witness. Go ahead.
So after 40 minutes arrived, did they start searching around the house? Around the house, as in outside and inside?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that you told your wife and Betty Gow to not touch the note. When the police got there, they went upstairs, touched the note, to open it and examine it correctly. Is that correct?
Yes, they had something to open the note with.
Okay. And they went directly in the house from the outside?
Well, there's policemen searching outside and searching inside, and I was with the police officer that opened the note.
Did the police conduct their search of the room?
Yes.
Was this before or after the note was opened?
Both. Before and after.
So what about when the note was opened? Was like a pause between searching the room while the note was getting opened, like a big...
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they're searching the room when they get there, and then the note gets opened. Are they still searching the room while the note's
they looked around again just to make sure. Yeah, I went over it.
And did you go upstairs a second time before the police?
No.
No. Okay. So in the note, for the first time that you met with the kidnapper, what date was this? With the first time that you went with Condon to meet with the kidnapper, what was the date?
When I went with Mr. Condon to meet the kidnapper, March 9th.
March 9th. Can you describe what that happened that day again for me?
Your Honor, objection, repetition.
What happened where?
On March 9th.
Where, I mean, in what?
What were you doing? Where were you at this time?
No. What is where is your question, what is it pertaining to?
The question pertaining to whether or not Condon was alone negotiating with the kidnapper.
I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead.
Did Condon ever leave your site to negotiate with the kidnapper?
Yes.
Okay. About how long?
Your Honor, may the council meet? It's relevant.
No, not right now. We need to move.
About how long?
I could still see him actually. He was
You could
just
still
in
see him?
sight.
Was it
yeah.
dark?
Yes, a little.
So a little dark, not pitch black where you couldn't see it. Right? Did you see a second person?
Yes.
Okay. April 2nd was the second time you met with Condon to meet with the kidnapper. Once again, did Condon ever leave your site to go speak with the kidnapper alone by himself?
Yes, he left my side this time.
I understand from your statement that you were in a car at the time.
Yes.
And the doors were closed?
Doors are closed and windows are down.
Okay. Did you ever...
Hold that thought. We're going to have announcements, so just stay where you are.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
Closer to the mic for both of you.
Glasgow, Scotland. When were you born?
February 12th, 1904.
When did you move to the United States?
April 1929.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Lindbergh family?
About 6 months.
On March 1st, 1932, what time did you arrive at the Lindbergh home?
Scoot your mic down.
11 a.m.
Can you describe what you did that day leading up to the hours of the kidnapping?
I played with the baby. He ran around. We fed him lunch, and we played with him, and then we fed him dinner, and we put him to bed around 7:30 after rubbing vapor rub on and giving him medicines.
When you gave the baby's medicine, did you wear any gloves?
No.
Objection, leading the witness.
I'm sorry? Thanks for chiming in, though. Good job.
Welcome, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So you were the last one to see the baby that night?
Yes.
Leading witness.
What time did Mr. Lindbergh arrive home?
Around 8:30.
Did he see the baby that night?
No.
Speak up.
No.
When did you realize the baby was missing?
When I went upstairs to check on him at about 10 p.m.
Describe your actions when you realized he was missing.
I was chatting with the Wheatleys at the opposite side of the house, and I went into the room about 10, and I turned up the heater because it was chilly in the room, and I realized I couldn't hear the baby breathing. And so I ran downstairs to get the Lindberghs and asked if they had the baby, and they didn't, and they ran back upstairs, and then they ran and called the police.
Did you notice anything different or out of place in the nursery?
There was a brown smudge on the bed sheets.
What do you think that smudge was?
I think it was mud.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
You actually went into the bedroom and saw that?
Yes.
Overruled.
What did Mr. and Mrs. Lindbergh do when you told them the baby was missing?
They ran upstairs to check around the room, and then Charles ran and got his rifle and called the Watleys over, and then they called the police, and they came.
In your deposition, you said that you made the clothes the baby was wearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you be able to just identify the clothes the baby had on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to enter evidence A into the courtroom.
All right, it's B.
B,
And what are we entering?
the baby's clothing.
All right.
Yes.
Leading witness.
We're trying to figure it out here. Okay, did you make an objection?
I couldn't hear it fully, so.
Okay.
you would-
Ask it.
So is this the clothing that the baby was wearing the night of the kidnapping?
Yes.
Overruled.
So this is the last thing you saw the baby in?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions?
Thank you. Cross-examine.
Ms. Gao, could you describe your previous employment?
I worked as a nanny in another household in New Jersey.
And how did you come to employment under Colonel Lindbergh?
Can you repeat the question?
How did you go into employment under Colonel Lindbergh?
I got a reference from the family.
And how long did you work for him?
6 months.
How old was the baby when you came to contact with him?
He was 8 months.
So, you were playing with the baby, as you said, and then you gave it medicine, and then did you put him to sleep and go downstairs?
Yes, and then I went to talk to the Wheatleys.
Was the fox terrier dog with you?
He was with me when I was downstairs.
Was he with you the whole time?
No, I went upstairs and he stayed downstairs.
Did he bark, make any noises, any concerns? Because
No.
from my knowledge, fox terriers are pretty sensitive dogs.
Well, he's kind of a quiet older dog.
After you put the baby to sleep, did you close the shutters in the room?
I put a blanket over them because one wouldn't close all the way.
And was Miss Lindbergh with you?
She was.
Were you wearing gloves?
No.
Was she wearing gloves?
No.
When you held the baby, was he prone to crying?
Can you repeat that?
When you held the baby, was he prone to crying or
No.
making a fit?
No.
What about your friends? Did you ever see them pick up the baby?
Well, he was really only around people at the house. I never saw him around strangers, but he was a calm baby.
From what Mr. Lindbergh said, he said that he tried to keep the baby away from strangers. Is that correct?
Well, there was just really no time where he needed to be around strangers.
Why, when you ran upstairs
at 10 p.m. to check on the baby. Was there a particular reason you rushed up so fast, and why that time?
I didn't rush up. I was across the hall at the other end of the house, and I walked in to check on the baby around 10.
Okay, and when the baby was missing, you told Colonel, and he ran outside with a gun.
Well, I went downstairs and asked them if they had it, and when they realized they didn't have him, so he went upstairs to check and then ran outside with the gun.
Colonel Lindbergh ran around for about an hour outside, is that correct?
Yes.
When he came back, did you notice any mud on his shoes?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
So the mud stain...
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sorry, say it again. Ask the question again.
When Colonel Lindbergh came back into the house, did you notice any mud stains on him? Was he leaving any mud stains on the rug or the carpet or the floor?
I don't think so.
You said what? Overruled? Your answer was what?
I don't think so.
She doesn't think so.
And the baby had a thumb guard. Was he sucking on it the whole time? They found why I'm asking this is they found the thumb guard on the premises of the estate,
Right.
and
I was taking a walk.
I'm sorry? Let's see. Hold on. Go ahead.
was the baby constantly sucking on the thumb guard throughout the day?
At points, yes.
Did he cry when you took the thumb guard away from him?
Not that much.
Overruled.
And how
25 pounds.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Asbuchen. Redirect. You step down.
Joseph Wolf to the stand.
Ready? Trying to stay focused. It's best to just look straight out at nobody when you have this many of your friends in the audience. Please talk loud. No one's doing that now on this mic. You got to get close to it and just relax. Okay. All right. Do not push on the partition.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, you're in the field of law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, for what department?
New Jersey State Trooper.
Okay, before that, were you involved in any other kind of law enforcement or anything like that?
Yes, previous to that, I was a private investigator for 8 years.
Okay, and you were on your job as a state trooper on the night of March 1st, 1932, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you received a call. Are you able to describe that call to me?
Well, I was told that there was an incident at the Lindbergh home, that something had happened and it appeared to be a kidnapping.
Okay, and so I guess that you immediately went to the Lindbergh home?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do when you arrived at the Lindbergh home?
I briefly spoke to Colonel Lindbergh about what had happened, and then I proceeded to go upstairs to check for evidence in the nursery.
Were you the first officer on scene?
No, I was the third.
You were the third. Okay, so you just said that you went up to the nursery. Are you able to tell me what you found in the nursery?
Yes, I found an envelope on the windowsill that appeared to, or that I later discovered, contained the ransom letter that Detective Frank Kelly did a fingerprint test on. And then I also noticed a mud smear on the suitcase under the window.
Okay, so Officer Kelly, you said, handled most of the things with the ransom note?
Yes, he did the fingerprint evidence for the ransom note.
Okay, so you found the mud smear. Did you find anything else before you left the nursery?
No, I did not.
Okay, can you describe what you did after you left the nursery?
Yes, I decided to go outside of the house to look for any possible evidence there.
Okay, did you find anything while you were outside looking for evidence?
Yes, I did. I began looking around the window, around where on ground level where the nursery would have been, outside of the house, and I noticed what looked like 2 indentations made from a wooden ladder in the ground, and then I also noticed what appeared to be a man's footprint pointing towards the house as if he had walked up.
Okay, the ladder indentations, do you know which side of the house that was on?
I believe it was the southeast
Objection
corner.
to the witness.
Rephrase it.
Where did you find these indentions?
Around the southeast corner of the house.
Did you find anything else? The footprint. Are you able to describe the footprint a little bit?
Yes, it appeared to be a pretty large footprint. I wear a size 9 shoe, and it seemed to be much larger than that.
Okay, so just as far as comparing your shoe to the size of the footprint on the ground, you would say that's where you're getting that information?
Yes, it was a rough judgment.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained. Jury disregard that.
Did you find any other evidence when you were outside?
Yes, I did. I was investigating an area about 60 feet to the southeast of the house, and I discovered what looked to be like a broken 3-piece wooden ladder.
A 3-piece wooden ladder?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, sorry. Cross-examine.
Honor, may it please court?
Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, will we be able to recross on this witness?
I'm sorry?
Will we be able to recross on this witness?
Only if they redirect.
Mr. Wolf, so your dad worked in the police department?
Yes, he did.
Speak up.
How long did he work for?
About 30 years.
What did he do?
He was just a routine police officer. He dealt with various crimes that happened in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
So didn't he do investigative work?
Well, of course, being a police officer, some of his work did involve, some investigative
I
stuff.
thought he was a specialist in investigation. Was he a good fingerprinter?
I
I'm okay with it. Go ahead. Just
So
speak
is he a
up.
good
Just
fingerprinter?
speak closer to the mic.
Was he a good fingerprinter?
I don't believe that he ever did any fingerprint evidence.
Did you ever join the military?
Yes, I did.
How long were you in the military?
4 years.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
Keene University.
And what did you study?
I studied criminal justice.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
So where are you working now?
I'm a state trooper for the New Jersey Police.
How long have you been working there?
4 years.
Have you been doing any fingerprinting there?
No, I have not.
Okay. What do you specialize in that police department?
What do I specialize in?
Yes.
I'm a crime scene investigator. I go to the crime scene and I observe and take notes on the bits of evidence that I find on the scene.
Do you normally find the person that committed the crime?
Do I normally find the person that committed the crime?
Yes. Do you find enough evidence where you can conclude?
I have in previous cases, yes.
Okay. So you didn't take any fingerprints? You didn't think that was necessary when there was a kidnapping, that there was obviously fingerprints everywhere?
As I previously said, Detective Kelly was the one that did fingerprint evidence for this case.
And you didn't help him out at all? You weren't like...
That's not my expertise.
Okay. So you saw some footprints, you said?
Yes, I did.
Since you're, a police officer and you're obviously an expert, would you know how big those footprints were? Because you probably stopped and looked at them.
I want to make a correction. I'm not an expert when it comes to judging shoe size. It was just a rough guess.
Oh, so when you get a college degree in criminal justice, they don't ever tell you to look at footprints and determine different sizes and footprints? Is what you're telling me?
What I'm saying is that I noticed the indentation in the mud, and I made a rough estimate as to the size of the shoe, based off of.
So it could have just been, something falling, that hit the ground.
No, it was clearly a footprint.
Okay, so it's obviously a footprint, so you could have told
Your Honor,
tell
they
the size
objected
of
that
that.
he was a non-expert.
He's made that clear.
So
Is that-
what you're saying is you're not
Is
an
the
expert.
red light on there? Sorry, just hold on. Is the red light or is it green? Okay, you've got to speak up. Go
So
ahead.
what you're saying is you're not an expert at telling shoe sizes, although you got a college degree in criminal justice?
Objection, Your Honor. How does determining shoe sizes have anything to do with criminal justice degree?
I don't understand what the problem is. Enlighten
There's
me.
no problem with my statement. You're just trying to.
Sheil, you don't speak. You don't speak, much less chew gum.
The defense attorney now is badgering our witness, and I don't understand how asking him about determination of shoe sizes is relevant to his duties and his success as a police officer and investigator.
Well, first of all, it's already been made clear that he's not an expert in that. I mean, my point is, I don't think this line of questioning on the shoe size is affecting either way. It's been made clear he's not an expert in this. Yet they're continuing to ask the question on it. So, I mean, I really think we're.
Okay, I just like to make clear that he's not an expert, but he does have common personal knowledge that's just general knowledge.
And I agree, and I think the jury does too.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Did you check the downstairs at all?
The downstairs of the house?
Yes.
No, I did not. Other investigators checked the downstairs. I checked the nursery and then outside of the house.
Okay, well, in your statement it says you checked the downstairs of the house. You did yourself.
No, I briefly entered the downstairs of the house to talk to Colonel Lindbergh and some of the other officers on the scene before proceeding upstairs.
Well, in your statement it says you checked out the nursery and then you went downstairs and looked for evidence.
No, I meant.
But I'll proceed on that note. So when you were in the nursery and you were examining it, you said there was no sign of struggle.
It
Is
didn't.
that true?
Well, I said that the sheets on the crib for the baby did not look to be too out of place. They didn't look to be, thrown off or anything.
Okay. So do you think the person that took the baby obviously had a lot of precision with taking the baby? Or do you think it was just pick the baby out of the crib?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
All right. So do you think it was clear that someone came through the window, took the baby, and went out the window?
That seems to be the case, yes.
What made you come up with that conclusion?
Well, there's a number of reasons. First of all, there was a mud smear on a suitcase right below the window, which made me think that since it was a rainy day, it came from outside. And then when I was investigating the outside of the house, I also discovered a ladder with indentations in the mud, and I assumed, I thought it would be possible that the perpetrator had used the ladder to get into the nursery from outside the house.
Okay, so what you're telling me now is you saw a footprint right where the window is, right below it?
Are you talking about the inside or the outside of the house?
Inside. You said it was on like a briefcase or something? There was a footprint?
Yes, there's a suitcase roughly below the window, and it looked
Okay,
like.
so you're the only person so far that's seen a footprint in there, because previous people have been asked if there was footprints and there wasn't.
I didn't say it was a
Are you asking
footprint.
if he's the only one that's seen it, or
Are you the only one that saw that?
Well,
I don't think that he would know that. Okay, let's move on.
All right. Well, no further questions then.
No, I'm not trying to stop you.
I know,
I'm
I'm
just saying- You're done? Okay, all right, cross-examine. I am so confused. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, then you may step down. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can we get this particular mic a little louder, if that's possible? It's number 20. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Mr. Kohler to the stand. Your Honor, may it please the court?
Yes. Somehow you've got to talk loud. It's going best bet with all these people out in the audience that you know is to just look at the balcony clock and do your best to just not look at anybody. You just, okay? Don't push on that partition, it'll fall over. Okay. You ready? Okay. Hold on. Talking to that mic.
Hello.
Keep talking.
We'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Keep going. You're doing
8,
very well,
9,
by the way.
10,
Thank you.
11, 12.
Yeah, and if we could make 19 back up to where it was, it'd be helpful if it's possible, which is mine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Little louder, little louder, little louder, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. Thank you. Okay, proceed.
Please state your name.
Arthur Kohler,
Where do you live, Mr. Kohler?
Madison, Wisconsin.
And where did you go to college?
I went to the University of Michigan.
Okay. What did you pursue?
I pursued a Master in Science at University of Wisconsin.
Okay. Let's see. You work for the United States Forest Products Laboratory. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked there?
21 years.
Okay. What position do you hold at the FPL?
I'm in charge of examining 2,000 to 3,000 pieces of wood.
Okay.
The department.
So you're the head of the department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What all does this position involve? Just
Every year there's 2,000 to 3,000 pieces of wood that are sent into the government for examination and identification.
Okay. Has your profession led to any other court cases?
Yes.
And what were you in these court cases?
Expert witness.
Okay.
In what field?
Of investigating and identifying wood.
Okay. So you considered yourself an expert on the identification of wood?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would like to make Mr. Kohler an expert witness in the field of identification and investigation of wood.
Any objections? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Any objections? I'm really turned around. All right, go ahead.
Who approached you to inspect the ladder found at the Lindbergh house?
The government and the state of New Jersey.
Okay. Let's see. In your expert opinion, what conclusions can you draw between the ladder found at the scene and the wood sample found in the attic of Bruno Hauptmann?
Well, the 16th rung of the ladder, it matched the same grain as Bruno Hauptmann's attic floor. So the same piece of wood which the ladder used on the 16th rung came from Bruno Hauptmann's attic. That's what I concluded. It's the same grain of wood.
Your Honor, we would like to enter evidence C, the piece of the rung of the ladder.
All right, any objections? All right, go ahead.
Is this the piece of wood that you found in your investigation?
That is the 16th rung, yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you do any research at all to trace where where the wood samples were purchased?
The wood was purchased at National Lumber and Millwork Company in the Bronx. It's a lumber yard.
Okay, and did you do anything other with the case in anything like involving the car or anything?
Yes, I examined the car and I tried to put the ladder in, and the ladder put together, it was a three-piece ladder, and I tried to fit just the one all together in the car, and it wouldn't fit. When I broke it up into three pieces, it fit with a couple inches to spare in the car.
And whose car was this?
Bruno Hauptmann's, the one that he was arrested in.
Okay. In your expert opinion, do you think that this ladder could be used for some type of kidnapping?
Definitely.
Objection, lead the witness.
Sustained, rephrase it, please.
Do you think, in your expert opinion, do you think that these three pieces of wood can go together to reach a second story of a house?
Objection, lead the witness.
Rephrase.
Your Honor, may I meet with my co-counsel?
I'm sorry?
Can I meet with my co-counsel?
Quickly. suggestion? In what ways do you think this ladder could be used for? Right? I thought so. Go ahead, try it.
In what ways do you think this ladder could be used?
It could be used to climb and to a second-story building.
Okay, so
scale up to.
So, in your expert opinion, you think this could reach a second story?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, and do you think this could hold a full-grown
You
man?
could thank the judge.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Judge Harris.
Surely.
In your expert opinion, do you think this ladder could hold a full-grown man?
Objection, leading the witness.
Rephrase it.
Um,
You only get one help from me. Sorry.
How much weight do you think this ladder could hold?
180 pounds.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Cross-examine.
Your Honor, may it please the court?
Hello, Mr. Huddleston.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Yes, it does please the court. Go ahead.
May you please state your name for the court?
Arthur Kohler.
How old are you?
35.
Okay. Where were you born?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Where do you currently live?
Madison, Wisconsin.
What is your current profession?
Work for the FPL.
How many years have you worked there?
21.
What is the process of becoming a certified wood expert?
I personally, I mastered in a degree of science, and from there I took it on to forestry and learned a lot about wood and lumber.
How'd you learn about the wood?
Because I mastered in a degree of science, and there you can study anything. Forestry, yeah.
Okay, forestry. In your deposition, it states you worked for the government. Is this correct?
Yes.
How many years have you worked for the government?
Well, I worked for the FPL, which is working for the government, and I've worked there 21 years, as I stated.
In your deposition, it states the government asked for your help in this case. Is this correct?
Yes.
What made you want to help with this case?
Excuse me?
What made you want to help in this case?
Well, I was called in by the government and the state of New Jersey, and I decided to help out because it inspired.
Did the government give you any benefits?
No.
Outside of help?
No.
How many previous court cases have you been involved in?
Numerous.
Numerous. How many?
Like 5, I guess.
5. What was your involvement in those cases?
I testified as an expert witness.
Okay. In your deposition, you said the ladder was made by an amateur. Is this correct?
Yes.
What observations led you to this conclusion?
What observations?
Yeah, led you to that conclusion.
It was a 3-piece ladder, and it had one rung that didn't match the rest of the ladder, and that's what I concluded.
Okay. Did you examine rail 16 from the ladder?
Yes.
What did you observe about it?
I observed it and I checked it out, and then I checked the grain of the wood, and I went to Bruno Hauptmann's attic, and it matched the same grain of wood that Bruno used for the floor in his attic.
What tests do you do to determine the grain of wood?
You can just look at it and kind of tell what kind of wood it is. I mean, when you have a master in science, you can kind of tell.
At this time, I would like to enter evidence.
Tell me more.
It's wood. Because he's a wood expert, he should be able to identify different types of wood.
So you want to do a demonstration?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
All right, Mr. Kohler. Since you're an expert, what kind of wood is this?
Pine.
No, that's poplar.
Okay.
Are you sure you're an expert? You want to look at the
Objection,
grains?
assuming facts, not in evidence.
Excuse me?
Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence. How do we know what that is? And the expert identified that wood as being pine.
What is that wood used for?
I brought the wood. I would know what it is. He's smart out.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Please make sure you pick up your trash if you brought anything in here. Thank you.
Okay.
Take your wood with you and go back to the podium. Take your wood with you and go back to the podium.
All right, Mr. Kohler, can you tell me what type of wood this is?
First of all, the first one you showed, he did not get right. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was it?
Poplar.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why I didn't get that right.
No, you answered the question, okay? You answered the question. Now,
Okay.
what's the, you continue.
What type of wood is this?
Pine.
Yes. Mr. Kohler, what type of wood is this?
Can't identify it.
Why not?
I do not have the proper equipment to identify it.
I mean, you said when you were checking your grain, you said you could tell by the grain by just looking at it. So you should be able to tell by the grain what type of wood it is.
Through a microscope.
You're saying you cannot tell by the grain by looking
You never said you use equipment. You said just by your eyes, to make it clear.
I didn't say by my eyes.
You did.
Okay, but I think you've made your point. You've made your point. Continue. And it was a good point.
All right. You're aware that there were no marks on rail 16, correct?
Yes.
All right. The prosecution believes that rail 16 was taken from Mr. Houtman's attic. If rail 16, a single rail, was taken from the attic, the board would have to be pried up and lifted from the floor. Now, can you please tell the court why there aren't any marks from a hammer or
Objection,
a pinch
Your Honor.
bar on rail
Assuming
16?
facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Now, can you please tell the court why there weren't any marks from a hammer or a pinch bar on rail 16?
There was holes in the
Yeah,
wood.
from the nail holes, but there were any
Yes.
marks from the hammers?
No marks.
No further question.
Thank you, Mr. Huddleston. Do you care to redirect?
One moment, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
One moment. Yes, we would like to redirect.
Okay.
We're not going to redirect.
I'm sorry?
We're not going to redirect.
Okay, you may step down.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Amanda Hawkins to the stand.
Okay.
What did you guys say?
Next to that mic, talk loud, okay? Don't push on the partition, it'll fall over. Partition that's in front of you. And just look straight ahead, don't look at anybody, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, all right, there we go.
Ms. Hawkmuth, where do you live?
In Hunterdon County.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
In Hunterdon County.
How far away is your house from the Lindbergh home?
It's about down the street.
How long have you lived in that residence?
10 years.
So would you say, after living there for 10 years, you know the neighborhood pretty well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you say, after living there for 10 years, that you know the neighborhood pretty well?
Very well.
Okay, on the morning of March 1st, 1932, can you describe what you saw?
I was outside and I saw a car drive by and the person looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. And inside the car, I saw a ladder.
Did you notice anything else about the car?
It was strange. I hadn't ever seen that car in the neighborhood.
And there was something unusual in the car. It was a ladder?
Yes.
Can I meet with my co-counsel?
Yes.
Ms. Hawkmuth, what color was the car that you saw?
It was a dirty green.
And normally, do you wear any type of corrective lenses or glasses to help your vision?
Objection.
No,
leading the
I
witness.
don't.
I'm sorry?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained, you need to rephrase it.
Do you wear glasses?
Objection, leading the witness.
That's not leading.
Only when I'm reading.
Were you wearing glasses at the time of when you saw the car?
No.
Do you need the glasses for anything but reading?
No. Oh, can I go back and say something, I guess?
Only if you're asked.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to pass it to Mr. Wright.
Okie dokie.
Ms. Hawkmuth, I understand that you've been working for quite a while, even though you are an elderly lady. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
That you have still been working despite your age and you are in very good health. Is that true?
Yes.
Objection, leading the witness.
Are you in good health?
Yes.
Okay, so your eyesight is very good for someone of your age. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained.
Is your eyesight good?
Yes.
Even better is, how is your eyesight?
How
that's a teaching moment. Even better is, how's your eyesight?
How's your eyesight?
You've already done that,
Okay.
so move on. Keep going.
So saying that you are in completely good health, you are confident in what you saw that night and what you said in your deposition?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained.
Are you confident with what you said in your deposition?
With what I saw?
Yes.
Yes.
What you said. With
Oh.
what you saw or with what you said?
Are you confident with what you said in your deposition about what you saw?
Yes, I am confident that I said that I was wearing my glasses and I saw what I saw.
Okay, I'd like to pass further questions to Mr. Wentz. Goodness.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes.
You use them when you need to see things at long distances, not for reading.
Objection, leading the witness.
Do you need them only for reading?
Objection, leading the witness.
When do you use glasses?
Sometimes when I go outside.
Speak up.
When I go outside
More.
or when I'm reading.
Thank you.
Were you wearing your glasses that morning?
Yes.
So you could see clearly that morning?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wenz.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
You mean me?
Yeah, the stand.
For what?
Cross examination.
Sure.
What's happening?
Just give me a chance. I mean, I gotta have a chance to do my thing here. You're done, is that right? Cross-examine Mr. Huddleston? Cross-examine Mr. Huddleston?
Yes, sir.
Good, go ahead.
May you please state your name for the court?
Amandus Hockmuth,
How old are you?
87 years old.
87. So you wear glasses, correct?
Occasionally.
Is it only for reading?
Usually.
Usually, what do you mean?
No, it's not just for reading.
So what's it for?
It's whenever I feel like I need to wear them.
Well, really, because in your deposition it says you wear glasses to see at a better distance. But you told him that you have perfect vision for an 87-year-old woman.
I didn't say perfect.
You said pretty good vision.
I do have pretty good vision.
So why do you need to wear glasses to see at a
Because
farther
it's not
distance?
perfect.
But you just said you only use it for reading and sometimes for other things. You never said to see for seeing at a better distance.
I put that in my deposition.
Interesting. You were in the Prussian army, right?
Yes.
What was your role?
I fought.
What?
Can you repeat the question?
What was your role in the Prussian army?
I fought.
You fought?
Yes.
Against who?
Objection,
So-
Your Honor. This is not relevant. Wow.
Relevance.
Sorry.
Objection, relevance.
Where do you want to go with this? What are you trying to prove?
This is her background. I wanted to see why she moved to America.
Relevance.
It is relevant. She's foreign.
It's not relevant,
Sorry.
but
I didn't mean it like
okay.
I'll allow it. Go
All right.
ahead.
So what role? Who'd you fight against?
The Russian?
You were in the Prussian army. Where were you stationed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Where were you stationed?
I don't know.
Okay. What made you want to move to America?
I was born in America.
Okay. Where were you in the morning of March 1st?
I was outside my house.
I believe it was raining that day. Is this
Yes.
correct? Are you far-sighted or nearsighted?
Nearsighted.
Okay. So what is the prescription of your glasses?
What is the what?
Prescription.
I don't know.
Don't know. Where are your glasses right now? Just don't feel like wearing them?
I don't need them because.
Okay, so you can see? Is this like not far?
Yes.
In your deposition, it states you saw a green car going at a pretty good speed and that a man was glaring at you. Is this statement correct?
Yes.
What is a pretty good speed?
What is the?
What is a pretty good speed?
I just thought that he
Objection,
was.
lack of personal knowledge. How would you know?
I'll agree with that. Sustained.
Okay. How were you able to see a man glaring at you if it was raining that morning and he was going at a pretty good speed?
Because the windows were down.
I thought you were outside.
I was outside. The windows of the car were down.
Okay, but wouldn't the rain, the droplets get in your glasses?
No, I was sitting on the edge of my porch.
Okay. Are you colorblind?
Am I?
Colorblind?
No.
Okay. I'd like to enter Exhibit B, evidence of cars.
Evidence what?
Of cars.
Cars?
Yes, sir.
Is in driving cars?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I heard about it.
We wrote down. May you please step down and I'll ask you some questions. Okay, since you're not colorblind, what is the color of the car on the right? Yeah, right here. You can look right in the laptop. Yeah. It's green. And what is the car on the left? It's a blue. Well, the car on the left, which is blue, is registered to Mr. Richard Hauptman. He does not own a green car. No further questions.
Thank you. Do you care to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, see if it's on.
It's not on.
Is this, okay. Just a minute ago, the defense was trying to prove the point that because of the rain and because of the weather that your vision might be disrupted. Do you think that it's possible that because of the weather that your vision on what color the car might be, I mean, it was a dark, cloudy day. Could the weather have affected your...
Objection, lead the witness.
Sustained. I know it's frustrating.
Does the dark weather, does that affect how you see things? Could that affect?
Sustained.
Is there any way that I can say this without being objected to?
Sure can be.
Can I meet with a co-counsel?
Quickly.
Is dark weather, is that able to affect your vision?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained. I know.
Could the conditions on that day affect your vision?
Objection, leading the witness.
This is hopeless.
Now that's a bad attitude.
What kind of things can affect a person's eyesight?
Objection, ambiguous question.
Overruled.
Rainy weather. It can distort my vision.
Can you repeat that? You said rainy weather.
Rainy weather.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just do it from there.
Just to be clear, when I asked you questions, you said the rainy weather did not affect your vision.
Well, I said that it wasn't. You asked me if it was getting in my
But you
glass.
said it didn't affect your vision. So are you changing your answer?
That's not what you asked and what I said.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Okay, listen to me very carefully. Eyes up here. We will have a very short lunch. Okay? And I'm going to go on and take lunch now for one reason because Miss BBG's fifth period got slided yesterday because we went to lunch then. And they're in the middle of, she kind of does this together with us in the forensic end. So that being said, it is 11:40. Am I right there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. witnesses. I want to start at 12:10. That is 30 minutes from now.
Were there any large indentations or crevices?
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
Condon to the stand.
Condon to the stand. You ready? Yes. As more people come in, your best bet is to look just straight at that clock at the balcony and just, it helps you to stay focused. Okay. Especially with this fifth period of mine that's coming in. So just stay focused and just talk loud. You got it. Don't push on that partition, it'll fall.
Thank you. Should I test this one?
Yeah.
Test.
Test.
Okay, let's go.
How old are you, Mr. Condon?
I'm 74 years old.
Where do you live?
The Bronx.
And how long have you lived there?
All my life.
Okay, so you would say that you're familiar with the neighborhood?
I'm very familiar with the neighborhood.
Okay, and what degrees have you earned in your life?
I have a Bachelor of Arts and a Master of Pedagogy.
Okay, and when you were growing up, what did you want to be?
I wanted to be a teacher.
Okay, and how many years were you a teacher?
46.
Okay, and in your deposition you said you retired as a teacher. How many years, did you do anything after you were a teacher?
I got my realtor's license.
Okay. Why did you want to get involved in this particular case?
Well, I'm a doctor and I help people. It's what I do. And this case just really hit home and justice needs to be done.
Okay. Did you have access to the ransom notes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to enter evidence to the D and E. There's two different, or the ransom note and then there's a signature.
Okay, go ahead. They're already entered? Are they already up here? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can count that as the same, that's fine. Is it on? Do I have it on? It's on?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Condon, let's see. Is this the signature that you saw on the ransom note?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this right here the first ransom note that there was?
Yes.
Okay, and were these punch holes also part of the ransom note?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see Colonel Lindbergh on April 2nd, 1932?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you go with him somewhere?
We went to the cemetery.
Okay. What did you do there?
We were going to make a drop the money for the child.
Okay. Did you notice anything or anyone at the cemetery?
I noticed a suspicious man in an overcoat and a hat standing in the shadows.
Okay. Did you recognize this man?
Yes, I did.
Who was this man?
It was Bruno Hauptmann.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
So you rode with the colonel to the cemetery?
Yes.
Were the windows rolled up? Could the colonel see anything? Could you see anything outside?
Could I see anything outside?
Yeah.
Yes, I could.
And you saw this man in an overcoat standing. Where was he standing?
He was behind the gate about 3 feet away from me.
And you could clearly see his face.
No, because it was dark.
So you went up to this man, and you started talking, and eventually, did you require proof that the baby was alive?
Yes, I did.
And what did you require?
I required maybe an article of clothing or a picture of some kind, but I didn't receive it.
You didn't receive it?
Did not.
So you asked for the article of clothing in exchange for the money?
No, I asked for the child.
Oh, the child, I'm sorry. But you wanted the article of clothing first to see that the child was still alive, or that they had the child.
Right. I want to see if the child was still alive.
And they didn't provide it. Did you still give them the money?
No, I did not give them the money.
And you never, when you talked to this man, could you hear an accent?
Yes, I did.
And what accent do you think it was?
Sounded European, maybe German.
European.
Mhm.
But you weren't sure.
Pretty sure.
What happened afterwards? After you left?
Well, after I left, we went back to the colonel's house.
And did you contact the man later, or did he contact you?
Yes, I put in another ad in the newspaper.
And what happened after that?
It was agreed that we'd meet again.
And so you went to the cemetery again?
Yes.
Did you have the money on you?
It was in the colonel's car.
It was in the colonel's car, but when you walked up to the man, was the money in your hands, in your possession?
After I talked to him, I went back to the car and got the money.
And then you gave him the money?
Right, and I was given a note that said where to find the child.
How long do you think you talked with this man the second time you met him?
About an hour.
And you clearly saw his face?
Yes.
Could you describe his build?
He was a athletically built man, about 5'9", 5'10".
And you said you got your profession is physical trainer?
Yes.
So you know, like you could see, you can determine the weight of the person if you see him.
Yeah.
So how much do you think he would weigh?
185, 190.
Mr. Asbury, can approach the bench, please. Proceed.
So Dr. Condon, after you handed him the money, did he give you any instructions on where to find the baby?
Yes.
And did you follow them? What happened?
Well, I gave the note to Colonel Lindenberg, and he proceeded to go search for the child on his own.
Was this during the evening?
Yes, it was.
Where were you told that the baby was located?
In a bay between, I guess, Horse's Head and I guess some other type of bay. Can't recall the name.
And he wasn't there.
And he was not there.
Okay. Did you make another attempt to find the baby?
Personally, no, I did not.
Did Colonel?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Care to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call Frank Kelly to the stand.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, what is your current occupation?
I'm an investigator for the State of Police of New Jersey.
Okay, and how long have you been a member of the New Jersey State Police?
15 years.
Okay, and recently, what have you been doing for the police force?
I've been doing identification work.
Okay, and how long have you been doing identification work?
6 years.
Okay, and on March 1st, 1932, what time did you arrive at the Lindbergh house?
5 minutes after midnight.
Okay, and upon this arrival, what did you do?
I walked into the house and met Joseph Wolf, and then I proceeded upstairs to the nursery.
Did you see anything when you entered the nursery?
I saw the ransom note on the windowsill.
Okay, and upon further investigation, did you notice anything else about the room? The nursery?
No, there was, later on, found a ladder that was outside, and I put it together and leaned it up against the house, and it fit perfectly.
Okay, and did you do anything, find any prints on the ladder or the ransom note?
No, there were no prints found on any of the
and
items.
did you notice anything else about the ladder?
It was a 3-piece ladder, and the 2 bottom pieces were together, and the 3rd section was broken, or it was not securely attached.
Okay, and in your deposition, you stated that you found a footprint in the room. Can you describe it, please?
Yes, it was coming from the southeast window and leading towards the crib.
Okay. Any size or anything of that nature?
Objection, leave the witness.
Sustained, rephrase it.
Did you notice any? Never mind. From your investigation, is it possible that someone could have entered the nursery from the window?
Yes.
Sustained, rephrase it.
Do you think that the footprint came from?
Objection, leave the witness.
Sustained.
Where do you think the footprint came from?
Possibly someone who climbed up through the window when they were walking in, they could have stepped in the mud, climbed through the window, and then walked there and put the footprint there.
No
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
I beg your pardon?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
He's an investigator, and I'm going to overrule the objection. Okay, he's an investigator. Go ahead.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Can you remove your hats, please? Thank you. Cross-examine. Yes, go ahead. Would you remove your hats, please? Thank you.
Excuse me, when were you born?
Speak up.
When were you born?
March 11th, 1892.
Okay, where were you from?
Jersey City, New Jersey.
And what was your mother's name?
Jamie.
Okay. What college did you attend?
Rutgers University.
And what degree did you get there?
I had a degree in criminal justice and criminal investigation.
So would you say with that degree you learned a lot about fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay, so you could identify fingerprints very well, correct?
I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I can identify them.
So you have a job as a fingerprinter and an investigator, and you wouldn't consider yourself an expert?
I was not. I was only. I've only been an investigator for 6 years. That was not my previous job, so I'm not.
Okay, then on that note, how long have you been working for the New Jersey Police Department?
15 years.
So you're an expert. Would you not agree now, at this point in time, since you've worked for 15
Your
years?
Honor, he's not an expert witness.
I'm sorry?
He's not an expert witness.
Well, he hasn't been certified as an expert witness.
Okay. All right. So what would you consider your job title at the police department?
I'm an identification officer.
Okay. But did you take fingerprints when you were in the room?
Yes, I did.
About how many did you take?
I took the fingerprints on the envelope.
No, I didn't ask where. I asked how many. The
Objection,
number.
Your Honor. Badgering
There are
witness.
no fingerprints found.
Continue.
Well, in your statement, you took 400 fingerprints. So you might want to.
That's not true.
You have no comment. You took 400 fingerprints. It's in your statement. That's what you said.
I did not say that in my
At this
statement.
point,
Objection,
you
Your
can stop
Honor.
talking
Their
now.
word.
At this point in time, I wanted.
Talking about deposition, or are we talking
Yes, his deposition. He said it took 400 fingerprints in the room.
of this particular case, or he's taken a total of 400?
He took 400 in the room.
Of this particular
Yes.
case? Okay, all right.
And at this point in time, I would like to, or not consult, but
Pass
switch
the
with Andre.
witness?
Pass to Andre.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, in his statement, it does not say he took 400 fingerprints.
Your Honor, I do talk about
Go
the
ahead,
police
and I'll check it out. Go ahead.
Mr. Kelly, did you examine the building and the ladder carefully?
I examined the ladder, not the building.
But you did put the ladder to the building.
Yes.
Did you see? Did the ladder touch the window?
It was just short of the window.
In your in the testimony, it was said that it was 30 inches short of the window.
Objection. There's no testimony.
The ladder was short.
That's not what I'm asking. You said in his testimony, so while he's been up here, he said.
Oh no, not in his testimony. Sorry, but in the plans of the building, the ledge of the windowsill is about 30 inches higher than where the ladder was at its farthest point.
Okay. I'm looking at it as a jury member here. Okay, are you talking about testimony that he has stated here, or are you talking about statement to the police?
Statements of the police. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the board? I'd like to pull up a picture of the building.
Yes, you may. Did you get it on? Okay, on the remote, there's a button that says stay off. Is that what it is? All the way down to the left on the bottom, almost see. What does it say? No. Show. No show.
So I'd just like to confirm that this is the ladder, and it doesn't touch the windowsill, so there's about 3 feet. So the person climbing up the ladder would still have to reach up, open the shutters, while standing on the very top of the ladder.
Sorry, what was that? Please say it again.
The ladder did not touch the windowsill, so the person that was doing the kidnapping would have to stand on the very top of the ladder, open the shutters while it was raining.
Yes.
Did you examine the mound of the bottom?
I only examined the 2 holes. I noticed there were 2 holes where a ladder would have been.
When you found the ladder, was it broken?
It was in 2 pieces.
No further questions. Redirect it to Ben, Mr. Fournier.
Mr. Fournier, may I speak with you, please?
Excuse me, what? excuse me, have you ever used a ladder before in your life?
Ever
Used the ladder.
a ladder? Yes.
Have you ever fallen off a ladder?
No, I have not.
Can you imagine what someone falling off a ladder would look like?
Yes.
Okay, well, the conditions that day were raining, so the whole ground would have been muddy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if someone was to fall almost 2 stories to the ground, wouldn't you think that there would be imprints of his body marks hitting the ground in the mud?
Yes.
Did you not look around the area because you said you found one footprint, but nothing
Objection,
else?
Your Honor. No one said that anyone fell off the ladder.
Okay, so like I said, so you looked around the area of the ladder, correct?
Correct.
And did you find like a splatter mark where someone would have fallen that distance since the ladder did break?
No, I only found the holes where the ladder was. Or
Okay, but the holes on the wall where the ladder was pushed up against, correct?
the holes in the mud where it
Oh, where
looked
the
like if
ladder
someone
sunk
was
down?
climbing, it would have made imprints into the mud.
Right, so, but you didn't find out, or you couldn't find where the man fell and hit the ground?
He said that. He said
No.
No, okay, okay.
He said that.
All right, so wouldn't you also agree that it would have been very loud and windy that day? With the rain, there would have been a lot of wind?
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts, not evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. Normally when it rains and there's a storm that blows in, wouldn't you agree that there's wind?
We just said that it was
Oh,
gonna, that's.
all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
Next question.
A question I have for you is, this is a pretty high-profile case, wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
Correct. So wouldn't you say you would need maybe help on a case like this?
I would believe so.
Then my question for you is, why did you reject the FBI's help?
Because we had enough officers there, we figured we could do it ourselves.
But you didn't find any, okay, but you didn't find any marks of where someone would have been muddy and walked through the room with footprints, or where the person fell when the ladder broke?
There were footprints.
And you thought you had control over this case still?
There
But
were.
you couldn't find any evidence?
We found footprints in the room and leading up to the ladder.
Can you describe the footprints leading up to the ladder then?
We did not. We took pictures of them, but.
But you didn't measure them or take any special notes on them?
No.
So you weren't that very professional or like having that much of expertise?
Your Honor, maybe counsel for
No, let's move on. Continue.
And also, wouldn't you agree that the fingerprints you did take, none of them match Bruno Hoffman's?
Yes, there were no,
No more
conclusive
questions.
fingerprints.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Mr. Kelly, in your deposition, did you say anything, or is there any evidence that there was a body or?
Sustained.
In this case, has anything been said about anyone falling off of the ladder?
I'm going to allow that question. Go ahead. Ask the same question.
Is there any or in this case, has there been any mention of anyone falling off of this ladder?
No. Besides. Wait, okay.
Does a ladder have to break when someone's on it?
Objection, leading the witness.
Do you know about how far?
Lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
How far away did you find the ladder?
60 feet.
Okay, moving a ladder, is that a difficult thing?
Lack of personal knowledge.
I think that.
Ask the question again.
Have you ever moved a ladder?
Yes, I have.
Do you think that it's heavy and that's a difficult task?
Yes.
Leading the witness. Objection.
Overruled.
Do you think that it's possible for a ladder to break while moving it?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained. You're asking about another person.
May I meet with my co-counsel?
No, go ahead. Do you have any more questions?
Did the ladder have to break while someone was on it?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
No further questions.
All right.
Mr. Forney is going to redirect to me for one question.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Forney is going to redirect to me for one question of the recross.
Hurry up.
Mr. Kelly, did you not find 2 footprints leading away from the house?
Did you find?
That's already been asked and answered.
Were they male or female footprints?
They looked like a male's footprint.
Objection.
Overruled.
No more questions.
All right.
He's not an expert in footprints.
Not in footprints.
Next witness.
Your Honor, if you'd like to call Norman Schwarzkopf to the stand.
Okay. Really beneficial for you. Be very beneficial would be if you stay focused and look straight ahead at the clock at the bottom of the balcony. And just because when you have this many people in the auditorium that know who you are, it's easy to get distracted, and you need to focus on not doing this, just like everybody else is. This is exactly what I've been telling you. You need to talk loud, okay? And don't push the partition as it will fall. Okay, ready? Yeah, ready. All right. Quiet, please. Proceed.
Mr. Schwarzkopf, what is your position with the New Jersey State Police?
I am the superintendent of the New Jersey Police Department.
Before you were superintendent with the New Jersey State Police, what was your job title?
I was the lieutenant in the cavalry that was a part of the U.S. Expeditionary Forces in Europe.
Were you at the crime scene on the night of March 1st?
I was.
In your deposition, you said that Bruno Hauptmann was in your custody on September 19th, 1934. What did you have Mr. Hauptmann do while he was in your custody?
We had him perform some writing examples that we had provided for him.
Did he willingly write the samples?
Yes, he did.
Did you give Mr. Hauptmann any direction or assistance while he was writing the samples?
No.
Did you pressure Mr. Hauptmann in any way, shape, or form while he was writing samples?
No, I did not.
Overruled.
No.
Did you try and convince him to write a specific way while he was writing the samples?
No.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
After Mr. Hauptmann finished the handwriting samples, did you tamper with what he wrote in any way?
No.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
What did you do directly after Mr. Hauptmann finished writing his samples?
I relayed them to Jessica Tyrell, our handwriting expert.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
May I approach the stand?
I'm sorry?
May I approach?
Yes. Please.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
The military academy at West Point,
Okay. What year did you graduate?
1917.
So how long have you been in the police force?
The New Jersey Police Force.
No, in general, how long have you been in the police
A
force?
part of it, 14 years. It's my 14th year.
So you're pretty good at it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Do you feel confident in your team of police at the New Jersey Police Department?
I do, yes.
So you don't think you needed help from the FBI, although they asked you?
Objection, character.
Overruled.
Because you are the chief, and you make all the decisions. So why didn't you make the decision to use the FBI, one of the best, investigators in the world?
I felt like we had enough investigators there to do the case.
I'm going to interject here. The FBI had just been organized at that particular time. So, I mean,
Okay.
it's not like it had been established for a
That's
long
fine.
time.
I have a question, though. Why did you rent out the house? Why did you rent out Hoffman's house? Richard's house? Why did you rent it out?
What's the question?
Why did you rent the house out?
Rent the house out?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts, not the evidence. We've never heard of this.
Sorry you didn't find it.
Because it's on the
in the
internet.
summation.
You guys looked it up
I
on the
mean,
internet.
the reason why I'm asking you this is because he rented the house and he did not let the defense in, and he only let the prosecution in the house. And he was the chief, so he would be the one making all the decisions.
Okay, but when was the house rented out?
What?
When was the house rented out?
Once Richard had been in jail, he rented out the house like next door.
And is this in the police report or what?
Yes.
Statement to the police or a police report?
Can I consult my
It's
counsel?
in the summation.
I can keep going while you look at that if you want.
Yes, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
Please.
So could you please tell me a little bit about Emily Sharp? Or do you remember when you had to interrogate her at the New Jersey Police Department?
I do, yes.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay, then can you describe how that went down and what charges you were pressed with?
We just performed standard procedures and interrogated
So
her.
in standard procedures, I'm just going off what you were accused for, is rough interrogation, throwing a woman to the ground.
Objection, Your Honor. Character.
Overruled.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
So you would say your normal interrogation involves harassment then? Because
No.
as of what you just said to me, that's what you're
I
implying.
did not. We did not harass Ms. Sharp.
Those were just the charges pressed against you during for
There were
rough interrogation.
There were no,
You asked him if he harassed the witness, and he said no. Go ahead.
Okay. So the bruises on my client and stuff that he got once he was in custody would not have been from you then, although that's what he tells me?
no.
Okay. So can anyone else, is anyone else allowed in the interrogation room?
At the time of the interrogation, Inspector Lyons was in there with me.
So it's just y'all two?
Yes.
So my question is for you, how did my client get bruises from 9 a.m. when he was arrested by you and taken in to your custody in your police department? How did he get bruises within that time?
I'm not sure. It wasn't from us, though.
But was he locked down in one room the whole time he was there, and no one else but you and Mr. Lyons, you said?
Inspector Lyons, yes.
Inspector Lyons? Only y'all two were the only two that
Correct.
talked to him?
Objection, Your Honor. We don't have any evidence of these bruises.
He answered the question. Go ahead.
Okay. Also,
It didn't hurt you. He answered the question.
okay, so can you tell me now then, what time would you say that you gave my client supper?
Shortly after 7. Before
Okay.
7, I mean, yeah, shortly before 7.
All right. And then after that, what time would you say you gave him a handwriting test?
I guess you could say 8.
8 o'clock?
Yeah, after 7.
So what you're telling me is, in your expertise of being a chief investigator, you held my client for almost, let's say, 9 hours, and then you ask him to write? I don't think he would be in the correct state of mind, would you? He might be a little
Move on.
All right. Was he nervous at any time?
Didn't seem like it.
Okay, that's good. And did you check out the crime scene at all?
No, I did not.
So you never went to the house?
No.
So then what did you look at? What did you do as your job? What is your job title, and how did it pertain to this case?
I just supervised what the other inspectors and other police officers were doing.
So do you just sit behind your desk all day?
Not exactly, no.
Then why didn't you ever see this, the crime scene?
I was involved with the exchange and letters between Colonel Lindbergh and the kidnapper.
So all you did was the letters?
Your Honor, we already established this.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, mostly.
Okay. So, just to clarify things, making sure I'm on the right page, all you were involved with was looking at the ransom letters and giving the writing test?
That's mostly what I was
Okay,
involved
well,
in.
I need a direct answer. Can you please answer my question?
What was the question?
Badgering the witness.
What was the question? Can you repeat the
i-
question?
What do you do? What did you do in this case?
I'm going to ask you one more time to be quiet, or I'll send you out.
I want a direct answer this time, please.
So what do I do in this case?
Yes. What have you done so far in this case?
I mean,
Anything?
I supervised what the other inspectors were doing. My field of expertise was not to be.
What is your field of expertise?
You asked him a question, let him answer.
Okay, answer your question.
Mostly, I dealt with the exchange in letters with the kidnapper, and yeah.
Okay. All right. No more questions.
All right. Redirect. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Jessica Tyrell to the stand.
Stay right down there. Okay. Just stay right there. Abramovitz, Andrade, Dewar, England, Falgu, Gotsacker, Griffith, Rankin, Hecht, Howard, Hutt. Kell, Larrabee, McCormick, McGinnis, Adori, I need to see you later, Nastri, Pattison, Pierce, Samuel, Sanchez, Schaefer, Schellenberger, Schellmeyer, Smith, Smiley, Snyder, Tucker. You ready? Please talk loud. Get as close to that mic. Okay, talk loud. Okay, your best bet is to stay focused, is to look at that clock at the bottom of the balcony. With people in here that you know that sometimes can distract you. Okay, you ready? Nervous? Go ahead.
Ms. Tyrell, what is your occupation?
I am a full-time examiner of question documents.
And what all does that job entail?
Examining signatures, documents, and writings.
And how long have you been doing this job?
39 years.
Have you had any other courtroom experience?
Yes.
Could you please explain?
I've been involved in about half a dozen homicide cases.
Would you consider yourself an expert in the field of examining handwriting and documents?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to make Ms. Tyrell an expert witness.
Okay.
We'd like to present evidence C, the ransom notes.
Have those already been put in?
Those have already been.
It has the, like the two different ones.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Or no. You need to input your the handwriting samples.
Are you going to put them up here? Are we on? proceed.
Ms. Harrell, would you please step down to view the evidence? Do you recognize this ransom note?
Speak in the mic. Excuse me? She needs to speak in the mic.
Okay. Did you also examine the two differences between the writings?
Yes. Obviously those are from the ransom note, and those are from the handwriting samples, as well as automobile cards of his.
And in your expert opinion, how did your examination of the notes compare to Bruno Hauptmann's handwriting?
Speak into the mic.
They were very similar in slant and in certain letters. It appears that they were trying to be disguised, but he couldn't keep consistency through the whole letter.
And are those all the things that stood out to you?
No, there was the backwards N that appeared multiple times, the open O, the downward slope of the H, and yeah.
So through your examinations, what conclusions have you come to?
That if Hauptmann's writing was from the automobile cards, then he definitely wrote the ransom note.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examine.
May you please state your name for the court?
Jessica Tyrell.
What is your profession?
I am an examiner of question documents.
How many years have you examined question documents?
39.
Did you attend a university for qualifying yourself as an examiner of question documents?
Not specifically for that purpose, but I did attend college and practice throughout.
Okay. In your deposition, it states that you have a library of the best books you have read. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are those books, and what insight did it give to you?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not relevant to the case.
It's relevant because she's a.
Excuse me.
Got carried away. Sorry.
Hi, how are you?
My bad.
Good. Let's see if it's relevant, and then I'll tell you, okay? Let's go. Go ahead.
Where was I? So what are those books, and what insight did it give to you?
They are books with the teachings of.
What are they called?
There's
Give her a chance
multiple.
to finish answering the question. The teachings of what?
Sorry.
Of examining handwriting.
Did that further increase your knowledge of examining documents?
Yes.
All right. Also in your deposition, it states that you have equipment of approved cameras, instruments, and various matters necessary to conduct the examination documents. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. What exactly makes the equipment approved for the conduct of examining documents?
I don't know what exactly makes it approved, but I've been practicing with them for.
So you're not sure what makes them approved, but you've still been using them?
Yes.
Okay. In your deposition, it states you believe the ransom notes were written by a man of German extraction. Is this correct?
Yes.
Did you go to school to learn German extraction or anything related to Germany?
No, but I took language classes in college, and so I.
Did you find any evidence that led you to this opinion, or was it just your solely based opinion?
It was just my opinion.
Objection, Your Honor. She's an expert witness.
I know. Have you ever examined?
That's been established, but she's just, yeah.
Have you ever examined any other case in which ransom notes have been involved?
Yes, about 4 or 5.
Okay. In your deposition, it states you were an expert on handwriting in a forgery case against a Mr. Gordon Morgan. Is this correct?
Yes.
All right. This man was convicted and sentenced to prison after he was convicted from your testimony. Is this also correct?
Yes.
What happened after he was convicted?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not relevant to this trial.
I'll sustain the objection.
No further questions.
All right. No.
Sorry.
Do you care to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. Charles Mitchell to the stand. You are ready.
You can during closing statement. Did they call you?
Yes, they did.
Okay, George. Listen to me. You need to stay focused, and by staying focused, the best way for you. Anybody in here this time? Okay. Just look at the clock on the daggum balcony. I know that, but I'm just saying sometimes you get distracted. Not you personally.
Yeah.
But, okay. And please talk loud.
Okay.
And who's going to win today?
He's gonna win.
TJ or who?
Kilgore.
Are they? Okay. Say it again. Yeah, if you just sneak off and sneak on. You can. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you want to just hang out? Should we wait?
We're having a recess right now.
What's happening? No, I was just confused on why Andre's leaving.
Objection.
exactly in the book. See exactly in the book.
Where's Ed? Why are they not doing our
Yes.
It's always been the order of that. Yeah.
Everyone is going to help take everything down one by one, because one athletic competes tonight. So they got to be set up. We're not going to set up one athletic. We're going to do it, okay?
So you mean the lower class juniors and sophomores?
Everyone in that class.
That was a joke.
Check, check.
Here we go.
Check, 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 check.
3-1.
All right. Check, check, check.
This update from girls soccer, they're winning 2-0 starting the second half.
Good stuff.
I don't give out my sources. Go ahead. Here we go. Is yours on?
Huh? Mine's on.
What is your occupation?
I am a licensed physician in the state of New Jersey,
Where did you go to medical school?
Southwest Medical Center
And where did you do your residency?
in New Jersey,
Okay. How long have you been a physician for the state of New Jersey?
35 years,
About how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
about 1,000.
Do you normally work alone when you do these autopsies?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, we and the witness.
Sustained, rephrase.
I'll come back to that one.
Hurry up.
So would you like, so you would say that you diagnosed a wide variety of deaths?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself an expert in performing autopsies and determining the cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we would like to make Dr. Charles Mitchell an expert in performing autopsies and determining causes of death.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. On what day did you perform the autopsy on Charles Lindbergh Jr.?
May 12th.
When examining the baby's body, what conclusion did you come to?
That the cause of death was caused by a skull fracture.
Your Honor, we would like to enter evidence D to the courtroom.
What is it?
A skull diagram.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell, can you please explain this diagram?
If you want to take the mic with you.
Okay, as you can see, the fracture extends 3 to 4 inches towards the frontal lobe of the skull, and then also extends a couple inches down towards the bottom, and then 1.5 inches towards the front of the skull. Any other questions?
So these were the injuries that the baby sustained?
Excuse me?
So these were the injuries you found on the baby's skull?
Yes.
Okay. You can sit down now if you want.
Thank you.
I'm done with it. When you were examining the child's body, what were some other things that you noticed?
Some of the vital organs were missing and also some body parts.
Did this impact your opinion of how the child died?
No.
So in your expert opinion, how could Charles Lindbergh Jr. sustain these injuries?
By falling off the ladder or from a high elevation.
So from the evidence that's been presented in this courtroom today, he could have sustained them from falling off of the ladder?
Yes. A substantial,
I think we're just clarifying there, so go ahead.
a substantial blow to the head could have caused the injury, also causing death.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examine.
I don't know. It was something on the ground.
Dr. Mitchell, how long have you been a licensed physician?
Excuse me?
How long have you been a licensed physician
35
in
years.
the state of New Jersey?
35 years.
And you were called to perform an autopsy on May 12th, 1937. 1932, sorry.
Yes.
Were the remains recognizable?
What do you mean?
Was the face recognizable? Could you tell?
That was a human skull? Yes.
The facial expression.
Was there any facial tissue? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
There was a little bit, but also the body was very badly decomposed, so there wasn't a lot to go on.
Were there body parts missing?
Yes.
And you do know that this baby was about 2 years old, so and it had been decaying in the ground for a couple of days at least. Would you compare the skull of the baby to maybe, I don't know, like a grapefruit or something? How soft was it?
It's about that soft.
It's about as soft as grapefruit.
Yes.
So if theoretically I propped the skull with a stick, it would make a hole in the skull.
Yes, it could.
What about choking? Did you examine it for signs of choking?
Yes, I did. We stuck our fingers down the... We opened the mouth, and we stuck our fingers down the throat, and we took that out of the picture.
Would you say that there was bleeding after death from the fracture?
One more time?
Would you say that there was bleeding after the fracture in the skull? Did it form a blood clot?
Blood clots can only happen before death. They cannot happen after death. And there were signs of blood clotting present, so the blood clot had to happen before the baby died.
Was the blood clot still there when you opened the skull?
There were still signs of it, yes.
Did you examine the body for bruises?
What do you mean?
If you could tell whether the body was bruised or not.
If I could tell the body was bruised?
Yeah, could you? Were there any signs of the body being bruised or hit apart from the skull?
Apart from the skull? No.
Okay. Was this autopsy recorded?
By me, yes.
So you're the sole witness. Are there any written evidence of this autopsy being performed?
No.
Any pictures of the body?
No.
And one last question. Do the blood clots decompose as fast as the other parts of the body?
Excuse me?
Do blood clots decompose as fast as the other parts of the body?
No.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, call your next witness.
No more witnesses.
The prosecution rests.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, gentlemen, the defense may present their case.
The defense would like to call Richard Bruno Hauptmann to the stand.
Richard Bruno Hauptmann to the stand.
Richard Hauptmann.
You ready for this? Light that high. Is that fish? Okay. Stay focused. Good way to stay focused. A good way to stay focused is to look at the clock at the balcony. Okay, at the bottom of the balcony. Talk loud. And are you nervous? Come on. You'll be fine. Scoot up. Someone's gonna fall through the crack here. Let's scoot this up like that. You scoot up. There we go. All right, go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Please state your name for the court.
Bruno Hoffman.
That's not loud enough.
Bruno Hoffman.
There, a little more.
Bruno Hoffman.
There you go.
Where were you born and when?
I was born on November 26th, 1899 in Saxon, Germany.
Approximately when did you begin schooling?
At age 6.
How long did you end up studying from the age of 6?
I studied in public school for 8 years until I was 14, and then I went to trade school for 2 years.
What did you do in trade school?
I studied carpentry and machinery.
Did you have a job after you got out of school?
Yes, I was a carpenter back in Germany, and I picked up all the skills very well, and that was my job.
How long were you a carpenter?
I was a carpenter for a little over a year.
I understand from your statement that you were in the military in Germany.
Yes, I was.
How long, or describe your military life for the court?
I was in the military for a little over a year, and I was wounded and gassed at one point.
Did these wounds and gas injuries have any long-term physical ailments on you?
No, they did not.
Sustained.
Describe the physical effects of the wounds.
There was no physical long-term effects, but it did teach me to, it gave me the drive to strive for a better life after I was through with the Army.
Describe your life in Germany after the war.
Germany was war-torn, and my mother was sick, and we were both hungry, and I could not find a job, and I had to provide for my mother.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes, I have.
Did you serve time?
Yes, I served a year.
Can you describe this crime?
Yes. I went into a bakery and I stole some food, and I was caught.
Why would you need to steal food?
My mother and I were very hungry, and she was very ill, so I decided that I needed to do that, so I took those measures.
So is it safe to say that you took care of your mother?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained, rephrase.
Did you take care of your mother pretty well in Germany?
Yes, I did it to the best of my abilities.
Approximately when did you enter America?
The 1920s.
All right. Why did you want to come to America?
After I got out of jail, my mother had passed, and there was nothing left for me in Germany, so I needed somewhere to start over and start a new life and make a better life for myself.
Can you describe your life in America?
Yes, I found any available job, which was a dishwasher. That was my first job when I got here. And then I started to move up, and I found some better jobs. And I was a mechanic, and then I took another mechanic job, and then I took a carpentry job at a hotel.
What was your lifestyle like while working these jobs and when you first came to America?
I worked as hard as I could. I tried to make as much money. I exerted a lot of my effort, but I also did have some leisure time, and I was able to meet Ann Schaffler, who was the love of my life, and we decided to get married, and we wanted to settle down and start a family.
Okay. Did you have a vehicle at this time?
I did.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a blue four-door sedan, and it was at the 1930s model.
Okay. What did you do for work after 1929?
I was a part-time carpenter, and I also got very involved in the stock market, and I was investing my money, and I started doing very well in the stock market, even though the stock market was going down, but I found ways to buy up the cheapest stocks that I could, and they started slowly I started gaining a large profit.
Can you describe your time being a stock trader?
Yes, I started to get into the stock market, and then I met Isidore Fish, who he displayed that he was very, he was great in the stock market. He displayed that he was wealthy, that he'd made a lot of money from the stock market, and he asked me to partner with him. So I decided that he would be a great mentor and that he could use his knowledge that he'd learned from the stock market and help me out.
So you and Isidore Fish, what nationality was Mr. Fish?
He was from Germany,
Okay.
and so we had that bond together.
All right. Can you describe describe your partnership with Mr. Fish after you became partners with him and started trading
Yes,
stocks?
we started working together, and we started investing, and he was helping me out a lot. We did great. And then he asked me to invest $10,000, which was a good amount of money, and he wanted me to invest $10,000 in a company that he thought would be very profitable, and he had done nothing wrong to me before. All of his deals were great, and so I decided to go for it.
Did this deal pay out?
The deal did not pay up. He was a con man. The company had actually gone bankrupt 2 years prior to this, so he just kept the money.
So he owed you money, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever receive this money?
I did not receive the money, but I received it through his items that he left at my house when he went to Germany.
When did he go to Germany, approximately when?
At the end of 1933.
What possessions did he leave?
He left 400 sealskins, 2 large suitcases, and a shoebox, and a pistol.
And a pistol?
Yes.
What do these contain? What do all these items, what do these boxes contain in sealskins?
They contained roughly $14,000 and in different bills and sealskins.
Okay. Can you describe your arrest for the kidnapping and murder of Mr. Bruno Hellman, or for Charles Lindbergh Jr.?
Yes, I was arrested. I was taken in at 9 in the morning. I was not given a counsel of any sort. I was all by myself. They took me in. They would hit me. They would push me around, and then they just left me there. And then I was starving. I was very stressed out. I was dehydrated. I was tired.
Okay. What police station was this?
It was in New York.
New York. All right. Did they search you when you were arrested?
Yes, they searched me.
Did they find anything?
Yes, they found a $20 bill, which they said was from the ransom money.
Okay. I understand that from your statement that they asked you to search your house, and you voluntarily let them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did they find anything?
Yes, they found some of the money that I had not already spent on everyday goods.
Okay. Approximately how much did they find, or do you know?
I do not know.
Yeah. Okay. And once again, to clarify for the court, you did voluntarily let them search your house. They didn't have a warrant?
They did not have a warrant.
You just
I
let them?
voluntarily let them search my house.
So, can you describe your time with the writing test that they gave you in jail?
Yes, they gave me the writing test right after they gave me a small amount of food. I voluntarily let them do this test because I did not think that it would be as extraneous as it was. They held me for hours. They made me write pages after pages of words and phrases, and they deliberately told me to misspell words like ladder, and they told me to misspell ladder and spell it later, leaving off one of the T's. And they also told me to misspell boat and spell it bode. And
Did you agree to voluntarily misspell these words?
yes, I knew that I had nothing
Did you
to
think
hide.
it odd that they were asking you?
One more time.
Did you think it odd that they were asking you to voluntarily misspell words?
Yes, I did think it was very odd.
Did you ever receive any duress?
Yes, a lot of duress.
All right. So, what were you doing March 1st, 1932?
I woke up early in the morning, around 7. I ate breakfast. I got dressed, and I was out to go find a new job. I went to Hotel Majestic first, and I applied for a job, which I did not get. And then,
Can you give me times with these locations for the court? Do you know the times that you were there? I'm just asking if my client will include times of the day with his locations.
I was at Hotel Majestic from around 9:30 to 12, and then I went to get some lunch. And then after lunch, I went and applied for another job at Radio City, which I also did not get a job there.
Okay.
And then I came home after that, and I was going to meet my wife, Anna, for some dinner, and she's a waitress across the street of our apartment. And so I went over and I dined with her, and then she had to go back to work, and so I went back to our house and I went to sleep.
Around what time do you think went to sleep?
I went to sleep around 9:30. It was a long day.
You've been walking around looking for jobs?
What?
Is that correct? You've been walking around looking for jobs, so you're tired?
Yes.
Okay. What about March 12th, 1932? Were you ever around any graveyards at that time?
I was not. I was just working.
Working where?
I was working at the Hotel Majestic.
Okay. What about April 2nd, 1932? Does that ring a bell? Did you do any graveyard shifts there? Go any graveyards?
I was not at the graveyard then.
All right. How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Approximately how much do you weigh?
160.
160. Okay. What size shoe do you wear?
I wear a size 8.
Size 8. All right. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have a child now.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Do you all care to cross-examine?
Yes, may I approach to the podium, please?
Yes. Hold on, Mr. Wright.
Can you repeat your name for us, please?
Hold on.
Okay,
I
sorry.
forgot I have a class. Beachel, Brijonet, Sombo, Caballero. Where? Eckberger. Where? Egan. Gibson. Gibson. No. Harrison. Howarth. Kepper. Cronky. Liston. I saw Matil leave. Did he come back? Hi. McGowan. Have you seen him today? Good, I'll kill him. Nelson. Owens. Pathis. Pathis. Pitcher. Robinson. Sharpie. Zawalski, where? Okay, Zawalski. Tuma. Watson. Did you see the article? It's a good article. Yowell. Taylor. Taylor. Okie dokie.
Okay, are you able to repeat your name for us, please?
Richard Bruno Hoffman.
I believe it's, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Bruno Richard Hoffman?
Richard Bruno Hoffman. My real name is Richard.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman, when were you born?
I was born November 26, 1899.
Objection, repetition.
I'll let you get started, but let's watch the repetition.
Okay,
And I'm not trying to get you thrown off. Just, I'll let you get started, but watch it.
Your criminal records show that you were convicted of a crime in Germany that involved the use of a ladder to reach a second-story window. Is this true?
That is not true.
I believe that was involved in some of the articles we have about your past, and your criminal records show this.
That is not true.
Objection, assuming facts on evidence.
He's denied it.
But you were convicted of a crime?
Yes, I was convicted of a crime.
Can you briefly explain that? I'm not trying to be repetitive here.
Repetition, Your Honor. We already went over this.
I'm going to let him get started, okay?
Just very brief.
I'll explain once again.
Okay.
I went into a bakery, and I needed some food because I was very hungry and we had no money, and so I stole some food and I was caught.
Okay. In your deposition, you came to America. You said you came to America illegally. Is that correct?
I came illegally.
Illegally?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you come into America illegally? In your deposition, you said 3. Is that what?
Yes, I came there
3 times.
Objection, irrelevant. This has nothing to do with this case.
Overruled. Let's go.
Okay.
Why did you came for America? You said that it was for personal financial gain. Is that correct?
One more time?
For personal financial gain, is that why you came to America?
Yes, I had nothing left in Germany.
Okay, but you left, as you described earlier, I'm quoting this when you were being direct examined, you left your poor, hungry mother in Germany?
My mother died while I was in prison.
When you were in prison?
Yes.
What, is this regarding the bakery? Is that when you were in prison?
Yes.
How long were you in prison for?
For a little over a year.
Objection, repetition.
Okay, so you do have a criminal record. Do you view this coming over for personal financial gain, do you view that as being selfish?
Objection, sir. This has nothing to do with the case.
Let him just relax.
Be quiet.
It's going to be a long day.
If it was hurting you, I would sit there and give you some weight, but he's just, if he wants to waste his time repeating, that's fine.
Objection, he's questioning my client's character.
I'm going to
unselfishness.
question your face in a minute. Can we proceed?
Okay, I'm going to avoid asking this question. Your alibi for March 1st, do you have anyone that confirmed this? That can confirm where you were throughout the entire day of March 1st, 1932?
Yes.
Who is that?
The people that I applied for the job with.
Okay, wouldn't it make sense if their job is to defend you, and if there's someone that can confirm where you are on the time of the kidnapping, wouldn't it make sense that they would want to have those as witnesses to prove that you would not be able to be at the Lindbergh home on that night?
What question are you asking me?
If there was a witness to prove your alibi, would they or would they not have them up here as a witness?
That's a loaded question.
Ambiguous question.
He loses either way. Go ahead.
Okay. you able to explain to me your finances for a couple of years? You said that you were struggling for money and doing just small, minor jobs. Is that right?
I was working for my money.
Okay. Would you consider yourself wealthy?
No, I had no money when I came here.
Okay. Did you keep close records of your finances?
Can I post records of it?
Yes. Did you have any kind of records, any kind of bank records, anything that shows your income or how much money you make, how much money you have, anything like that?
I did not have enough money for it to be relevant for me to bank the money.
Okay, so is there any kind of debts that are outstanding that you haven't had paid back to you?
Outstanding debts that I owe or that someone owes me?
Any debts that you've maybe loaned money to someone and they haven't paid you back for it yet?
Yes, Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider, Mr. French, are you completely business acquaintances, or are you also friends?
Strictly business acquaintances.
Strictly business? Okay. Can you explain to us how you got possession of the ransom money?
Objection, repetition. We've already went over this.
We have gone over this.
Okay. Did you tell anyone about this ransom money?
Did you tell anyone about the ransom?
You had $14,000 in a box in your attic. Did you tell anyone about this?
I did not know it was a ransom money.
I understand. Did you tell anyone about you having the money at all?
No, I just put it up in the box.
So you were just holding it for Mr. Fitch?
Yes, he was my business partner.
Okay, so you were borrowing this and it was still his money. Okay. Judging by you not telling anyone about this, you kind of concludes that you're a fairly private person. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you weren't a very good friend of Isidore Fitch. Are you able to explain why Isidore Fitch applied for a passport on the very day that Charles Lindbergh Jr.'s body was found?
No.
Okay. And you were just borrowing this money from Mr. Fitch. Why did you think that it was okay for you to be?
I was not borrowing the money. I was asked to hold
Okay,
the money.
you were holding this money for him.
Yes.
Why do you think that it was okay for you to start spending this money?
Because I got word while he was over back in Germany that he had died.
Okay,
And
did you try to contact his family? I mean, that's kind of unusual.
Objection. No relevance. He's dead.
I did not know.
Contact a dead person.
Be quiet.
I just knew he was dead. I did not know any of his family members.
So, since he died, you just say that $14,000 mine. You didn't even care about trying to get that money to the proper owner, because you clearly stated just a second ago that money was not yours, that you were simply holding that until Mr. Fish returned. Is that correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Are you able to tell me how Mr. Fitch died?
No.
How did you hear of his death?
I got a letter.
From? You stated 10 seconds ago that you'd never had any contact with his family.
No.
He didn't say he got a letter from his family. He just said he got a letter.
Are you able to tell me who you got the letter from?
I didn't know them.
You didn't know them. Okay, so what we're getting at here is that you started spending some of the $14,000 of money from the family of someone you said was a business partner?
How it's not the family's money.
Sorry?
What family money are you talking about?
When someone has money and they die, it goes, in essence, like, well, that's a whole different
But he stated that he didn't know the family, that he was still holding the money, and did not know any family members.
Am I crazy for thinking that that money should be returned to the Finch family?
And that would be great during the summation, but not right now.
Okay.
Shush.
Do you view yourself as betraying Mr. Finch from spending his personal money?
No.
Is that what he would want you to do with his money? Just keep it?
Objection. That's an ambiguous question.
Answer the question.
Repeat the question one more time.
Do you view that spending that money that that you were holding for him, do you view that as betraying him?
No, what am I supposed to do with the money? Turn it into? He owed me $10,000 from the deal that he conned me into paying him for.
If I was in that situation, I would do everything I can to find the right.
You're not in the situation.
We're not.
Okay. Does it seem logical that a working class man would quit their job without knowledge that money would be continue to be supplied to them? If you didn't have any source of money, would you quit your job?
What question are you asking me?
Okay. Somebody that's tight on money, if they didn't have any backup plan for getting money or anything like that, does it make sense that that person would quit their job?
Objection, irrelevance. He had money.
Argument of question.
Let's move on. It's frustrating, isn't it?
Okay, are you able to tell me why your job records show that you did not attend work the day the ransom was paid and you quit your job shortly after without trying to obtain another job, even though you just said that you were very short on money?
Objection, repetition. We've gone over this. He was making money in the stock market. It didn't say which days he was gone. And it didn't say that, so that's assuming.
His work records did show that he was not at work on the day that the ransom money was paid.
Okay.
Objection, assuming fact.
Then, within the next 2 days, he quits his job without.
Objection. He was absent from
Do I
his
need
job.
to be here?
Are you asking a question?
No, sir, I was just clearing up the last question.
Okay. Let's ask a question or move on.
You did quit your job, coincidentally, on the same day that the ransom money was paid. Is that correct? Or, sorry, within a few days, within, say, 3 or 4 days of the ransom money being paid?
I'd invested some money in the stock market, and I was making much more than.
Did you quit your job on the following days after the money was paid?
What day was that?
April 2nd, I believe, was the day that you were counted not being there for work, and April 2nd was also the day the ransom money was paid. You came back on April 4th and told your boss that you were quitting.
Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence.
I'll sustain it.
Okay, all right, change of direction a little bit. Is a person's house considered their private property?
Objection, irrelevant.
I do have a purpose. I will promise I'll get
This man
there.
is going nowhere.
Is a person's house considered their private property? Is your room your private property? Is your house your private property?
Yes.
Is your closet your private property? Would you say that your closet is very, very personal and that no one else really has access to that? That's kind of weird.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that, just having said that your closet is a very private place, how would you explain the writing of Dr. Condon's phone number on the wall inside of your closet before you had even ever heard of him, according to your testimony?
So, what are you asking me?
Can you explain how that phone number in the most private area of your house got there? Dr. Condon's phone number, how it was on the wall in your closet?
No.
Okay, now moving on to the ransom note. Okay, have you ever seen these before, these ransom notes? Okay, this court has put this note as evidence for the first ransom note. This note and all the following notes have this symbol. This kidnapper states that this is a signature for all ransom notes. The only piece of evidence a kidnapper gives about himself. Do you agree with that from what you have heard about this case? Do you agree that this is a signature on the note and that it's the only way that the signature uses to identify himself?
This is the only one.
Sorry?
Is
Objection, no evidence.
Sorry, what was your question?
You're asking me questions.
Do you agree that this is what was on the ransom note for the kidnapper to identify himself?
Yes, if that is the ransom note.
Okay. That's the front of the ransom note. These are circles interlocking, and these are holes, 3 holes punched in there. This is the back of it, just to show the holes. Okay. Are you able to tell me what color this circle is?
Objection, he's touching the paper with a pen. It could,
Objection.
I'm sorry.
it could change the evidence. He could make marks on the evidence now.
Are you able to tell me what color
Objection.
that is?
Evidence is tampered now. The evidence is tampered now. I don't think it's no longer usable. Oh my God. I want to object and say that I don't think the evidence is usable anymore because he violated the evidence. So I don't think it should be used anymore.
That's absolutely fine. That is here. Okay, we can use this one.
Thank you, Mr. Fournier.
Okay.
Okay.
These are the exact same picture.
Wright, Mr. Wright, how many more questions you got?
Just a few. Just literally like 5.
How many?
This, what?
How many?
5.
5.
Okay. Are you able to tell me, I'm not touching it, what color this circle is?
What circle?
This one right here.
There's 2 circles. Can you?
Mr. Fournier, be quiet.
The filled in oval right there.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what color that is, please.
That is red.
That is red. Okay. That circle is just confirmed by you as being red. Are you able to tell me what color this circle is?
That is not a circle. That one.
These outlying circles right here. Are you able to tell me what color those are?
Those are blue.
Those are blue. Okay, are you able to tell me what those 3 markings are? These 3. And then here's a more clear picture of that. Are you able to tell me what those 3 markings are? What would you describe them as? Possibly holes?
They're punctures in the paper.
They're punctures. Okay, so would you agree with me that they're holes?
They're punctures in the paper.
All right. Punctures are in my world. Punctures and holes are the exact same thing.
No, they're not.
My client never said holes, he said punctures.
He said holes. And they said that there are holes, so he's trying to make his point now.
He said they were punctures in the paper.
He said holes
originally.
He said punctures.
He said
He said
punctures.
holes.
And then corrected himself.
He said punctures first.
He said both.
We can go back down the tape.
Fine, then let the jury decide. Okay?
Okay, so those are holes in the back of this ransom note. Mr. Hobbin, do those letters mean anything to you? R, B, H?
Objection. This is absurd. This is absurd.
Are those or are those not
Objection.
your...
He's not an expert in examining
Absolutely absurd, sir.
crossword puzzles. This is ridiculous.
This is a conspiracy. This is turning into
Are these or are these not your exact initials as the only thing that the kidnapper left to identify himself.
On the note.
Objection. Bruno was a nickname.
All right. Mr. Wright, are you done?
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Yes, you're done. All right.
I would like to clarify for the jury that my client never, in fact, said the word holes at all. It was assumed by the prosecution.
You're wrong, Tony. You could do that during closing statements.
Okay.
Call your next witness. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to redirect for one question.
Call your next witness. Call your next witness.
We'd like to call John Trendley to the stand. One, two.
Stay focused. Stay and talk loud. Okay? Don't push on that. It'll fall over.
May you please state your name for the court?
John Trendley,
Mr. Trendley, how old are you?
66.
Where were you born?
I was born in Springfield, Illinois.
What university did you attend?
The University of Illinois.
What is your profession?
I am an expert in examining handwriting.
How many years have you examined handwriting?
About 40.
40. How many court cases have you testified in?
Approximately 387.
At this time, I'd like to enter John Trendley as an expert at handwriting.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. What is the process of becoming a certified handwriting professional?
Well, you have to work for many years with the police and professionals at handwriting, like examining documents before, like examining disputed documents and learning the different styles and habits of handwriting before you can be an expert.
Okay. So what are the stable conditions one is required in order to produce efficient handwriting samples?
It should be a low-stress environment without a lot of tensions, so that the writing isn't strained by anxiety or other external forces.
Okay. Can you please explain to the jury why Richard Hauptman, who was detained for more than 7 hours, was not in a stable condition to do handwriting tests?
After being detained for 7 hours
Objection, leading the witness.
It's not leading the witness.
Go ahead.
After being detained for seven or so hours in a situation in high stress situations, it's possible that his writing, or it's likely, in fact, that his handwriting would be affected by the tension or stress that he felt from being.
At this time, I'd like to enter evidence. It's in the orange book. It's the ransom note compared to Richard Hauptman's writing.
Okay.
All right.
We have a copy of that as evidence already.
All right, Mr. Trendley, can you come down? Now, Mr. Trendley, may you please identify any similarities or differences between the two handwriting samples in your expert opinion? On the right is Mr. Hauptman's writing. On the left is the ransom notes.
Okay. The two B's here are different. You see this one, this slash right here, it's different, and so is the curvature of the letters, and also the S is formed differently than the is over there. The S's are different. Also, the swoop here and the curve of the H doesn't match the curve of the ransom notes, and
in your expert opinion, would you say these two writings were written by the same person?
No, I would not.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Huddleston. Cross-examine.
We like to cross. Yes, Your Honor. Judge Harris. Honorable.
Mr. Trenley, so you consider yourself a handwriting expert, is this correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said in your deposition that you're accurate with your opinions, that you are sometimes mistaken, is this correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your deposition, you said you're accurate with your opinions, yet you said you sometimes make mistakes.
Yes, that is correct.
You also said that you have changed your mind in the middle of a case, is this correct?
Only once.
Why did you do this?
I didn't have sufficient time with the document in the room. The lighting wasn't proper. I only got a few minutes with it, and I decided halfway through that I was wrong.
And you're positive you had enough time with this document to make sure that your assumptions are correct?
Yes, sir.
You also said you claim no authority over anyone, is this correct?
Yes.
Why is this? Although you're an expert, do you not claim authority over anyone else's opinion?
Restate the question.
Well, do you not, even though you're an expert in handwriting, if someone gives your opinion, you say you have no authority over them. Why is this? If you're such an expert, why do you claim no authority over people that are less superior to your knowledge of handwriting?
No.
Rephrase the question.
Yeah.
Rephrase it.
You said you do not claim any authority over anyone. Although you're an expert, why do you not claim authority over others?
Because nobody has the right to say that they're better than others.
Although you say
We're
you're
all
an
the same.
expert, you're not better than anyone else.
That's what he said.
You said in your deposition that you bring charts and photographs. Why do you not have any photographs or charts present with you?
I thought the ransom notes were sufficient.
Are you sure it's not because you're not positive in your stance in this case?
No, I'm positive.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay, you care to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, step down.
Your Honor, can I call the next witness, Mr. Peter Somner?
Peter Somner. Peter Somner. He's a golfer. Did you know that? He's a golfer.
Mr. Somner, please state your profession.
I'm a fingerprinting expert.
And is that what you do for a living?
No, I do not.
What do you do for a living?
I work at the Building and Supply Division of Public Welfare in New York City.
On the evening of March 1st, 1932, where were you?
I was helping out a police officer, William Ackerman, teaching him how to correctly identify fingerprints.
And where did you go after that?
May you repeat the question?
Where did you go after that?
I went on a ferry to get back to the New Jersey side.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary on the ferry?
Yes, I saw a woman who looked extremely nervous with a baby in a white blanket who had blonde hair and looked to be about 2 years old.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit some pictures and ask my witness if the suit that the baby was wearing is the suit in this case.
The suit other than the one that was found?
The suit the baby was wearing when the people were on the ferry.
Okay. Did you enter the suit?
They entered the suit.
Yeah, so
But
we entered
have
the suit
permission.
that the kidnapper gave to the Lindberghs, and Dr. Condon.
Okay, so you're wanting to dispute that?
I know. I'm wanting to ask if it's the same suit the baby was wearing that the woman was holding. No, the same outfit. I want to say that it's.
Okay,
Can I?
you're not trying to dispute what was found?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Get up and take the mic.
Is this the suit?
Yes, that's a suit.
And what color was the baby's hair?
The baby's hair was blonde.
If I showed you a picture, would you be able to recognize him?
Let me repeat that question.
If I showed you a picture of the baby, do you think you'd be able to recognize him?
Yes, I would.
Is that the baby you saw?
Yes, that's a baby.
Now, who else was with the woman and the baby?
There was two men, a tall one and a short one.
Do you think you could identify either one of them or the woman?
I would be able to identify the short man.
The short man?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I show him a picture of the short man?
Say it again?
Your Honor, may I show him a picture of what is presumed to be the short man?
Yeah.
Is this him?
Yes, that's the short man I saw on the ferry.
And to clarify for the jury, that is Isidore Fish.
Yes, that is.
Please remain for 1 second there. Do you recognize from anyone in this courtroom the woman that was holding the baby?
Yes, I do. And she's sitting right over there.
Can you point her out?
The blonde one on the row on the left, Betty Grau.
Ms. Gao, can you stand up, please? Is this her?
Yes, that's her.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm on Perry Mason.
When did you hear of the kidnapping? Was this after you saw these people?
Yes, it was. It was the next morning.
Did you report this to the police, what you saw on the ferry?
Yes, I wrote a letter to the police.
Did they do anything?
No, they didn't. They said that they had a lot of other people coming in who had similar stories, but they never came to investigate with me.
And Mr. Som, last question. Are you here in the interest of justice?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I work at the Building and Supply Division of the City of Public Welfare in the City of New York.
And you say your profession is a fingerprint expert?
Yes.
And you were traveling on the ferry on March 1st, 1932, and why was that?
I was going to help out a policeman, William Ackerman, to teach him how to identify fingerprints.
And that is where you saw the woman and her baby?
Yes.
In your deposition, you said that you saw the woman and her baby, who you claimed to be, sorry, let me rephrase that. In your deposition, you said that you saw a woman and her baby around 12 o'clock p.m. Is this correct?
Excuse me?
You said that you saw the woman and her baby on the ferry at 12 o'clock. Is this correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that earlier in this case we established alibis for Ms. Lindbergh and her baby at 12 o'clock?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you aware that we established alibis for both of them at 12 o'clock, Charles Lindbergh and Ms. Gao?
No, I was not aware of that.
Objection. We never brought Charles Lindbergh into this, and Ms. Gao, we don't even have her alibi. There's no evidence for that.
So what's your objection?
Assuming facts, not
Charles Lindbergh was not one of the men on the boat. I never
Sorry,
brought
Charles
him.
Lindbergh Jr.
You're saying Charles Lindbergh Jr.?
I'm saying the baby.
The baby?
Okay, yeah, that's.
All right. Make sure, jury, you're talking about the baby, if you're not already confused.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
The baby. Move on.
Hundreds of mothers and children travel on the ferry every day. What made you think that it was Ms. Lindbergh and her baby?
Can you repeat that?
Hundreds of mothers and children travel on the ferry every day. What made you think it was Ms. Lindbergh and her baby?
They were about 20 feet away from me when I saw them,
And I recognize him in the pictures Mr. Osbukin showed me.
So you called the police and told them what you saw?
Yes, the next morning.
Objection, repetition. We've gone like over all of this already.
Yes, you have, and you've done a great job of it, but I'm going to let her ask a few questions. Thank you.
You identified the baby to be Charles Lindbergh Jr., is this correct?
Yes.
You said in your deposition, though, that the baby was wrapped in a blanket. So how did you get a good look of him if he was wrapped in a blanket?
He was in a one-piece pajama suit, not a blanket.
In your deposition, you said the baby was wrapped in a blanket and wore a one-piece pajama suit.
Yes.
So how can you be sure that that was Charles Lindbergh Jr.?
I saw the baby's face.
Okay. Is it true that you've been bribed to testify in court before?
Can you repeat that?
Is it true that you've been bribed to testify in court before?
Been bribed?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Or in cases that you were not knowledgeable of?
Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Yes?
How can you be positive that you saw Miss Lindbergh and her baby?
They're about 20 feet away from me, and I could identify them with the pictures Mr. Osbukin showed me.
Objection, you already identified him.
No further questions.
All right. You care to redirect? All right. I was wrong. That's You're not the last witness.
No, we have to.
We'd like to call our last witness, Sam Strapone.
Strapone? You ready for this madness? All right, just relax. Stay focused. Talk loud. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Where do you live?
I was born and raised in Bronx, New York.
What is your business?
I'm a radio repairman.
Okay. In connection with your business, did Isidore Fish come to your radio store?
Yes, he did.
Could you identify him if I show you a picture?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Your Honor, may I present this piece of evidence?
Yes.
Would you say that man right there is Isidore Fish?
Yes, that's definitely him.
All right. On May 10th, 1933 was Wednesday. What?
Speak up.
May 10th, 1933 was Wednesday. And was that the day Isidore Fish came in?
Yes, he came in with a broken radio. He said the light wouldn't turn on, and he asked me to fix it.
And you could prove this because you would have the receipt that was that you charged him $1.25 for labor. For one 2,500 watt ohms resistor was 50 cents, and the total receipt was $3. Is that correct?
Objection,
Yes.
we need a witness.
Sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Okay. Would you have a receipt that could prove that Isidore Fish was there?
Yes, I do.
At this time, could I use a piece of evidence?
Oh, I have a cramp.
You need to eat more bananas.
Sorry.
So could I
Yeah,
present?
go ahead.
Okay.
Coach, water.
Wow, that's never happened in 25 years.
At the bottom part of this right here, it shows everything that you charged in for correctly, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Right here, it shows everything you charged them for, where you were at, what time, and how much everything costs. Is that all correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fournier. Cross-examine, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Schaponi, you were deemed insane some years ago. Is this correct?
That is true.
And how many times were you in a mental institution?
Objection, irrelevant.
This like asks about my client's character.
Asking about his past. Asking about his past.
About what?
About
Shh,
still a
shh,
past.
shh, shh. About what?
About him being in a mental institution.
His character is in question, so I'll allow the questioning. Go ahead.
How many times were you in a mental institution?
4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 times. Do you know what these accounts were for at all?
Huh? Could you repeat the question?
Do you know what any of these accounts were for, the 4 or 5 times? What do you suffer from?
Most of it was for depression.
Okay. And what makes you think you can be a witness in a criminal case like this magnitude?
Because he was asked to do so.
Because I was asked to do so.
That's right.
Okay. So to clarify, you were diagnosed by a professional psychologist with insanity. Is this correct?
I was diagnosed with depression. And I was
with-
discharged for no psychosis.
For what?
For not having any psychosis.
Okay, but you have been diagnosed in your previous, or in your life of having, like, being depressed. Is this
Yes.
correct? No further questions.
All right. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you step down. Call your next witness.
We don't have any witnesses left.
The defense rests.
Defense rests? You mean we're
Yes,
done?
Your Honor.
We are done. Can you believe that? Wow. Okay. To be fair, because I don't want to do this, but to be fair, I will give you about 5 minutes to kind of just regroup a little bit for closing statements. So the jury needs, if you're going to run somewhere, you got a couple of minutes, okay? So we will continue in about 5 minutes.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
All right. I believe we're ready for closing statements. We'll begin with the defense. Mr. Azbukin, I believe you are going to give the closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead. And please speak to the jury, so speak from this side of the podium. There you go.
May it please Your Honor.
Go ahead.
His staff, gentlemen of the defense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ultimately, it's what you determine to be the facts is what's going to be important tonight, and all of us can live with that. You're empowered to do justice. You're empowered to ensure that this great system of ours works. And listen for a moment, will you please? Now, my client, he is a lone immigrant from Germany. He may have not gotten higher education, such as college, but he's not a fool. And what the prosecution is trying to prove today is that Mr. Hartman would wear gloves while climbing the ladder, as like not to leave fingerprints, but he would talk to Mr. John Condon, revealing his face, not making any attempt to cover it up. So during the night of the kidnapping, it was said that the butler, Betty Gao, the colonel, and the baby were present, and no one else, except for the dog. And the dog was a fox terrier, and fox terriers are known to be some of the snappiest, sensitive, quickest on the trigger dogs in the world. Their actions can be controlled, and who controlled those actions? Miss Betty Gao. The prosecution placed my client, Mr. Hoffman, on the grounds of that house that night. So the little baby is put to bed, the lights are out, but before long, Miss Lindbergh and Betty Gao, without any gloves on, go from window to window, closing and putting the shutters down. The window is locked, and the shutters are down. Now, in order to kidnap the baby, the person doing the kidnapping would have to know what was where in the room, such as the chest and the beer stain. Yeah. And the colonel testified that the baby was in fact kept away from strangers. So if anyone other than the parents or say the maid, Betty Gao, picked the baby, he would probably start a fit. Now that night, the baby was drugged. But who was the one that gave the medicine to the baby? It was Miss Betty Gao. A man can't come up to a house with a ladder, stalk it up against the wall, run up the ladder, push the shutter, especially when they placed the ladder, they were still about 3 feet to the window. So the person would have to reach up to the window, open the shutter, pull himself up, all while it was raining, not slipping, climbing in the window, and he'd have to carefully shut the shutters behind him. Because otherwise, with the wind going, the shutters would go bang, bang, bang. Someone would obviously hear that. Now, say the man goes in the room, closes the shutters, takes the baby's drugged, sure. But in the room down the hallway was Miss Betty Gao with a dog. And the dog, as already said, is a sensitive creature that would definitely detect someone other's presence in the house. Now after that, the kidnapper would have to get the baby in one hand, get the ransom note, place it on the ceiling, climb back out with a 3-foot drop until the ladder. He'd have to do that, then close the shutters. And mind this, that the wind was blowing the whole time, so the note could have gotten blown away any time. So this is preposterous to think that someone actually even used that ladder that night. You can't get away from these physical facts. No one heard a motor run away, so the kidnapper, they got away, but not in the car or anything. And no one placed Mr. Hoffman, my client, on the grounds of the estate that night. Now, we're saying, kill Hoffman, he's the one that did it, because we have someone to point a finger to. However, Mr. Hoffman proved that even the money that was given as a ransom was not his. Isidora Fish, which was identified as being next to the baby with a woman on a ferry boat, was identified, and it was him that dropped the money off at Mr. Hoffman's house, the $14,000. Do you really think if Mr. Hoffman actually kidnapped the baby, would he use that same ransom money to go to the gas station and buy gas and clothes and beer, whatever his intention may be? But he's not that big of a fool. He didn't run away. He didn't run away to Germany with the money. He stayed there because he was not the one that got it from Mr. Condon. And on that same note, no one actually saw Dr. John Condon give the money to the kidnapper. This board brings us back to where we first started. How did Hoffman get in the house? How did he get in the room? How did he know what was going on? You come right back to the start, and it's a perfect circle of circumstantial evidence. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Asbuchen. All right, Mr. Wenz, you may give your closing statement.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, within the day, we have successfully proven that Bruno Hauptmann is guilty of the murder of Charles Lindbergh Jr. in the first degree. Throughout the day, our witnesses have consistently showed and stated that Bruno Hauptmann is guilty. Mr. and Mrs. Lindbergh both have alibis on the day of the murder, and they are grieving the death of their son. Miss Gao is a loyal assistant to the Hauptmanns and was trusted to take care of Charles Lindbergh Jr. Ms. Hochmuth, a resident of the neighborhood, assisted in proving that Mr. Hauptmann was in the neighborhood and possibly guilty of the murder. Mr. Schwarzkopf and Jessica Tyrell proved that Mr. Hauptmann's handwriting is consistent with the ransom notes. And in the end, all the evidence is tied together, proving that Mr. Hauptmann should be guilty of in murder of the first degree. That's all. Passing it, co-counsel.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have convinced, I believe everyone here, that Bruno Hauptmann is indeed guilty of murder in the first degree, that he is guilty of killing Charles Lindbergh Jr. There's so many unanswered questions that came up during this trial, and small things like why was Dr. Condon's phone number on Bruno Hauptmann's closet wall? Why would he leave his dying mother in Germany to come here and start a new life? How do you explain eyewitnesses seeing Hauptmann near the Lindbergh house on the day of the kidnapping and murder? How do you explain the $14,000 of money that he decided that it was of his possession since his friend had died, and he decided that he was going to start spending it? We had many expert witnesses testify in this case. We had wood experts testify that the attic the wood that was found from the ladder is the exact same as the wood that was found in the defendant's attic. As you all saw, the signature, the only thing that connects the kidnapper, it is his marking that he leaves on every single ransom note. We very clearly displayed that those, in fact, was a code for Richard Bruno Hauptmann's initials. We also had handwriting experts confirm this. We hope that you all believe that what you've seen here, and hope that you understand the severity of this case, and that you are in most definitely the most difficult position in this courtroom right now. And we appreciate you putting up with everything that's happened through this case, and thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Both sides did an excellent job today. It's the longest trial I've had in quite some years. Both, you know, what a lot of people sitting out there don't necessarily realize, or over the course of the day when all this is going on, is this is not scripted. This is as if the trial never happened before. So, you know, these talented young people have created the strategies that they feel they can use, and the questioning techniques and everything else. So again, just a wonderful job, and I'll talk more about that in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now it's my duty to explain the law of the land to you as it pertains to this case, as well as explain your decision-making obligations. Please listen very carefully. Victims of most crimes ultimately recover from the impact, wholly or in part. Although victims of most crimes ultimately recover from the impact, wholly or in part. Although victims of some crimes, such as rape, may bear lifelong psychological scars, they at least may continue with life and make adjustments as necessary to permit the most satisfactory resolution of the problem. In short, their lives are able to resume. Victims of murder, by definition, lose that most precious possession, their life. This is the ultimate loss and has been so recognized by society throughout history. Murder has always been treated as the most serious of crimes, and the punishment has been the most severe. Murder is a form of homicide. Homicide is the killing of one human being by another human being. Murder is usually defined, as it is in this particular case, as the unlawful killing of one human being by another human being with malice aforethought. The additional element of malice aforethought distinguishes murder from other forms of homicide. Malice aforethought has variously been defined with a number of different definitions over the years, but what it basically means is the individual planned and premeditated the killing of an individual. And that is what the accusation is for Mr. Richard Hauptman today, that he has been accused of first-degree murder, which means he planned the murder of Charles Lindbergh Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the facts presented in this case, and it's time for you to make your decision. Please remember that you must make your decision based on the evidence that's been presented to you in the trial. Do not base your decisions on opening and closing statements, as that is not considered evidence. The decision you have to make today is to determine if the accused, Mr. Richard Hauptman, is guilty of murder in the first degree, beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt can be defined as the doubt that a reasonable man would have in reaching conclusions in his or her ordinary activities. Reasonable doubt in this criminal case does not mean that you should acquit the defendant merely because you have doubt. It means you must convict the defendant if you feel there is sufficient evidence to justify a finding of guilt beyond a doubt that a reasonable man or woman would have. If you feel that based on the facts presented to you today, there is reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, then you must give a verdict of guilty. If you feel beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual in question is innocent or not guilty, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. Remember, you have to be unanimous in what you decide today. Go now and have your discussions, and I will meet you back there. What you need to do is walk to your right, my left, go out the door. I will meet you in the back, talk a couple of minutes, and then you will make your decisions. Everyone else is to stay here. We are in recess until a verdict has been found.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
All right, we have a verdict. Again, we need to do some house cleaning stuff. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Masters for, and the Fine Arts Department for, or the Theater Department for always putting together this set and always going out of their way to do what has to be done for my program. And it's even harder right now as they've advanced to the area round of one-act play. So they've really, you know, like I said, gone out of their way to help take care of us while they're very busy as well. I also like to say a shout out to Ms. Snowden's TV class and all the equipment and everything, and Omar and all the people that continue to do this all day long for the last 2 days with all the cameras and doing it from the TV studio and everything. They've been just wonderful, and I can't thank them enough. Again, you guys done a wonderful job. Ladies, Paige, all of you have done a great job. I really do mean that. You know, I told you up here, guys, hello, that it was a challenge, you know, and you did I couldn't be more pleased, and I appreciate your hard work. Your written material, which is the grade, which we've talked about, that'll be due next Thursday, just to get it out on the record on TV. So we'll talk about that on Monday, and I'm sure we'll need to go over that again. But all that will be due next Thursday, and we'll talk about that. Okay? has the jury reached a unanimous decision? Would you bring me the verdict, please? When we get done here, let's all meet right there, and let me get Mr. Masters in here, and we will get organized. And if you need to leave and you cannot help, or at least you can take one load up to my classroom before you leave, that would be fine. Thank you. All right, would counsel please, for both sides, please rise. Mr. Houtman, a jury of your peers has thought long and hard through a very grueling trial, and they have found you not guilty.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.